to begin today. Now, NAT officials say they've called off the strike even as they engage the government on the way forward. There's a scoop at National Governing Council and of the tutors' strike, insisting the strike is on. Now, the multi-million construction project for the Koitalel University, situated just a few kilometers from Nandi Hills town, has turned into an eyesore now. Launched by President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, the project was allocated 100 acres at Koitalel Samoi Secondary School. However, it has been abandoned since then. Buildings, some reaching the later stage and others to the roof, are now worsening. Residents are now calling on President William Ruto to intervene and ensure the project's completion. Tomatoes politics, and a section of Azimio leaders led by Wiper Democratic Movement leader Kalonzo Musyoka have threatened to mobilize nationwide demonstrations if the government proceeds with the new university funding model. Speaking during their Meet the People tour in Nairobi, the leaders have also condemned Azimio members who joined the government, calling it a betrayal of Kenyans. The leaders declared Kalonzo Musyoka as the new opposition leader. Now, campaigns for Raila Odinga's bid for the chairmanship of the African Union Commission are firmly on course now. Speaking during a meeting with foreign ministers from other African countries, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi announced that President William Ruto will officially launch Raila's candidacy next Tuesday. According to Mudavadi, it will be all systems go and nothing will be left to chance to ensure Kenya clinches the seat. He said the campaign will be managed by a team of highly experienced and knowledgeable people to ensure a well-coordinated, targeted and results-oriented efforts. Mudavadi made the remarks on the sidelines of the 9th Tokyo International Conference on African Development ministerial meeting, which concluded yesterday. And five family members lost their lives in a fatal road accident involving a trailer, a tractor and a saloon car in Murgus area along the Eldoret-Malaba highway in Kakamega County. Now, police reports indicate that the driver of the trailer, who was speeding from Eldoret, hit the rear of the tractor before losing control and colliding with the oncoming saloon car, killing all the occupants on the spot. And the Matatu strike that had been scheduled to commence today has been called off. Albert Karakacha, Matatu Owners Association president, said that the industrial action has been called off due to the ongoing talks with the government. The Matatu sector had called for the strike to protest against harassment of its members by police and county government officers, among other issues. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. You know, that's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is that? So who's a hustler?
Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even see deep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes.
And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's Monday morning. What's happening on the streets where we are today? A quick look at Jogo Road, which is already starting to pack up. It usually happens on a Monday. As you then get towards Landis, we'll see that then move really quickly. Wakulima, everybody's offloading everything that they're going to sell today. And so that starts traffic already on Haile Selassie. We're seeing some inbound traffic as well on Haile Selassie, but nothing too crazy at the moment. On the Thika Superhighway, we will see movement. There's traffic already coming in from the whole Kasarani area through towards Allsops. That's already starting to look like a bumper-to-bumper situation. Let's look on the other side of things. Coming in from Njiru out towards Kangunda Road, a little bit of traffic starting to build and touching on Outer Ring. A quick look at North Airport Road, and it looks fine getting towards Cabanas at the interchange and then out towards Mombasa Road. Largely it's looking all right on the Southern Bypass. Monday morning seems to be getting off to a good start. Let's see what happens as we get through towards traffic hour. Help us out as we navigate these streets. SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to Monday, 26th of August. Did I get that right? Yes, I did. At 9 minutes after 6 o'clock, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Right here in The Situation Room, Karibu Sana. Good morning. Good morning. CT, good morning.
Morning, do.
How art thou?
I art fine.
Well done. So I think it was really confusing for those guys. How do you remember when you say thee, thou?
First person, second person, third person. Thou is you.
Thou is you, actually.
Yes.
Me is me.
Yes.
Thou is you.
Yes.
That laughter you hear in the background is from one gentleman, Ken Mijungu. Good morning.
Morning, Du.
How are you?
City. I'm good.
Morning, Ken.
Good to have you in the room. Finally.
What do you mean finally?
Because
I sit here most of the time. Okay, not for the Situation Room, but I sit here. This is sort of my permanent seat.
Okay.
Where is it here? Thou is me.
Thou is him.
Is the
here is me.
Ken is right. You take note of what Ken has just said. When somebody asks you, when you tell someone, well, I'm going to the States, what do they tell you? That's very good. I have a cousin.
Please, when you get there, just say.
In fact, when you land, just ask for Chieng. They will know him. So which state is he in? I've told he's in America.
He's in America. What more do you want? Yeah.
Is there another America?
That's what Ken has done this morning.
Ken sits at Standard Group. See, he's here.
What's the problem?
Yeah. Why are you being specific?
I'm always here.
Okay. I've understood what you have done, and I raise you a good morning. How are you?
I'm very good. I had a good weekend, and it's good to be here. Finally.
You see?
Yeah.
You see, it had to come through.
Waking up is so easy, man.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see what happens on Wednesday. Ken is our guest host for the week. And we're very happy that you're going to, do Kenya's biggest conversation with us. And let's just see how we get through a number of these conversations today. Getting into this week, I have insisted that it'll be the whole week. And, you just have to go and think about it and, just fall in line. Okay?
So I have to be here Monday to Friday.
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see.
Everybody who's coming into the room, say hi to Ken. We'll look at those greetings later as we get into it. But let me tell you the conversations I will be having today. There's a lot going on in the country. We know this. There is a question about, Ruto and Raila. President Ruto, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, what they're doing and how they're having discussions today. What does that actually mean? What does it portend for the country? Fanya Mambo Kenothia will be with us here at 7 o'clock. As we look into the intrigues of this whole new political marriage. Is it new or is it just being solemnized? All right, what a Ruto-Raila power axis means for Kenyans. At 8 o'clock, you've heard of the fifth schedule, right? The fifth schedule, enacting that, what it means in terms of legislation, and if Parliament has or has not done that, there are talks of dissolution. There are talks of dissolution, and Marilyn Kamuri is a lawyer and a feminist, and we will be having that conversation with her at 8 o'clock. Finally, at 9 a.m., schools open today for the third term of this year. There are many conversations happening. Kupet have decided we are not going back. Not KNUT have said, all right, fine, we'll go back to school. Capitation, prepared. Not enough, is enough. Parents, trying to pay school fees, dealing with school administration. There's so much happening at the same time. And we'll be asking questions about capitation and the back to school standoff with Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa and Zach Kenothia at 9 a.m. Those are the conversations that we will be having today. Let's see what happens as we get into it, because it's going to be quite a crazy week and we're here for the ride. As we get into that, we'll see what it will all portend. All right, let's take a look at the traffic, rather the weather. We'll see what is in store in the skies today. We'll come back and then say hello to you wherever you're tuned in around the country. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, X and TikTok. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in this.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 13 degrees. We'll see highs of 20 and highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy Nakuru at 13. It's mostly cloudy at 14 in Nyeri with highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 22 in a cloudy Eldoret at 14. We're looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa at 23 with highs of 30, and into Malindi, where at 24 it's cloudy, we'll see highs of 30. Kisumu is mostly clear at 19, highs of 28, while Kakamega will see highs of 26, where it's mostly cloudy at 18. Into a mostly cloudy Kampala at 19, we'll see highs of 27 and highs of 29 in a mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 24. Johannesburg is partly cloudy at 14, we'll see highs of 25, and we'll see a cloudy morning in Mogadishu at 24, going to highs of 30. It's 13 and cloudy in Addis Ababa. We'll see highs of 19 and lows of 12. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 25 with highs of 28, while Kinshasa is clear at 22. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 21. Beijing, Monday afternoon already, is raining at 21 with highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 in a partly cloudy Paris at 11. It's 16 and cloudy in London. We'll see highs of 23. Sunday night is mostly clear in New York at 24. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Alrighty, at 16 minutes after 6 o'clock. All right, everybody, good morning. See you trickling in. Quite a number of you already. Desmond Otis says, good morning, Saseni. I just want to remind our youth and parents to join SHIF. There are a lot of goodies. Okay, so today was the deadline. Or something, right? Belio Kipsang said, register all your children in 3 days, do some magic and get it done by today. I told you on Friday, it is not going to happen. But anyway, here we are. So that's a good morning from Desmond. Don Salbo says, the new education funding model is a real ghost, ghosting actual dreams, banned scamming the poor, total lies. And at the end of that, you say good morning. All right, good to have you here. Good morning, Spice family, says Cyprian Kamboni. Hello from San Diego. Happy Monday, Team Spice. And at least the government is committed to addressing most of its grievances. Okay. I'm not sure, but all right. Peter Kiare says, good morning. Mombasa is watching you. That's nice. Athi River, Kinanye, locked in live. The higher education funding system is confusing. I think a lot of people are having a problem with that. It's part of the conversation we will have at 9. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Vesh Musanga is tuned in from Kakamega. Titus Gitonia says, good morning. Jerry Mamba is here as well. Good morning, good morning. Linus Gitonga, Jenny Mamba, Evans Mtabo says, happy Monday. Owen Karaoke is tuned in. Kinan says, Ruto. Yes, okay, you're greeting Ruto this morning, clearly. Tune in from Pennsylvania. Did you say Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Well done.
Mm-hmm. It was last year.
Sorry? If it was last year, it would have been what?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Pencil.
Yeah, pencil. Wajiro says good morning. Good morning, Team Situation Room. Good morning to you, my prince. Good morning. City's proverb today comes from South Korea. You've decided? Proverbs are African proverbs, but okay, South Korea, we can borrow for a day. Who knows? Vinny Mwangi says good morning. Leo says Princess Ndu. Yes, good morning, Leo. Good to have you here as well. Tibbs Muge, good morning from Old Bexley. Oh, really? Where is that?
What on earth is
okay.
Where, should I ask?
Old Bexley.
Yes.
I don't know, but
old.
You know. Old, it's old. That's what we need to know.
So there's New Bexley.
Well, there must be. Jojo says good morning. Bernardo Kello says good morning. Good morning. Ken here said something in a language that I don't know how to read. Jahom Owore something. I know I butchered it. So now let's. What you think it is, Ken?
I'll try and find it and translate it.
Oyaure.
Oyaure. Oh, good morning. That means good morning. Oyaure.
You've been told good morning,
yes.
by Bernard.
It's open.
It's open.
Yeah, Oyaure.
We have opened it. All right. Karibu, everybody. Always great to have you in the room. And wherever you're tuned in from, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. CT, you said last week was the last week for landlocked proverbs. Or did you say it was the last day from Chad?
No. Okay. Landlocked.
Okay.
Proverbs.
So where are we this week?
We are, I mentioned it last week and I said we will be looking at African countries that border the ocean. Okay. That's what we're going to be looking at. There are many. There are very, very, very many of those countries. And the country we'll be focusing on is Algeria. They're actually 38 in number.
Okay.
Number of countries on this continent are 54.
More than half. It's like 70%.
Okay. That have a coastline.
Yeah, they have a coastline. It's actually very interesting. Now, anyone who can get this right, that means the two of you, I will give you 10 out of 10.
I thought I was waiting for 10,000. Even you?
Yeah, like money.
Yeah, I was waiting for 10,000. No, 10 out of 10.
I'll give you chocolate tomorrow.
10 out tomorrow.
All right, I'll give you nothing. Take the guess. Can anybody tell me that in the ancient times, what was Algeria called? You would know. I didn't know until I read it.
Carthage.
You have tried, but even before Carthage.
Before Carthage?
There was a name before Carthage.
Yes, there was. Numidia. I didn't know. As I said, I never known. I didn't know. I didn't know. This is one country that has been a crossroads of many cultures and civilizations. The Phoenicians captured it at some point, ruled over it, the Romans, the Vandals, the Byzantines, the Greeks, the Turks. When you think of the Turks, the thing that comes to mind is the Ottoman Empire. This is an empire that lasted something like around 6 centuries.
Wow.
And only came to an end at the end of the First World War.
1922
is when it actually came to an end.
Okay.
Yes. Right. The proverb. The one whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire.
Oh my God. The one whose belly is not full of straw is not afraid of fire. It's true.
Makes sense. What will burn?
Fire will burn you.
If you've got straw.
But we don't have the straws.
When you have straws, it will now burn you properly. Because straws catch fire quickly and they spread fire quickly.
So if you have nothing to ignite a troubling situation, you have nothing to worry about.
Yes, but if you do,
you have everything to worry about.
Yes, and especially if what you fear is not publicly known. The great fear is what will happen when it is publicly known.
There it is.
You will have ample reason to be afraid. That is the straw.
All right, let's see what folks have to say about that as we get into it today. And then into the headlines. On the front page of the Standard, crisis in schools. Whereas primary school teachers will be in class today, their secondary school colleagues have vowed to stay away. This coupled with the risk of mpox, parents struggling with fees and administrators disgruntled with capitation, a return to school has been complicated. Tough issues. Teachers are adamant they are not going to class. Mpox threat is real as learners troop back to school. Parents are juggling between paying fees and paying other bills. Head teachers are up in arms over the capitation amount government disbursed last week because obviously it was not complete. Being the shortest term and with national exams looming, there is no time to waste. That's the headline. Education splashed there. Raila has a vision for Africa, and that's one of the national headlines. Probably look into that story as well. Debt misery for Ruto as credit rating drops again. There's that guy. What's that guy called?
Which one?
The guy who rates people.
There's so many.
The one that we keep
Moody.
going back. Moody, thank you.
Yeah. There's another one that did last week.
Yeah.
So I think all of them have rated as...
It's bad.
Yeah, all of them.
Now Moody is Moody.
We are declining.
Yeah, it's not looking good, man. Kenya faces US wrath over Starlink. This Starlink story is a story. President's men, Mudavadi and Haji, now sit at the high table in the wake of nationwide protests led by Gen Z, which shook the foundations of President William Ruto's administration. A new dynamic has emerged within the power matrix of the executive. All the king's men, essentially, is what we're looking at.
And the last time they were together, they were trying to put Humpty Dumpty together again.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty is not quite yet together again. Okay. But it would appear as though all the king's men are trying very hard. The question is, who's the Humpty?
And who's the Dumpty?
State in talks with varsity to lower fees. That's our real, huge, big thing right now. Fees must fall is the hashtag that's going all over the place. Will it actually be reduced? Democrats bet big on Muslim vote. The campaigns in the US towards the third quarter election is big. So let's see how that goes. What headlines do you have, Ken?
I have The Nation, and I think the headline across the country, across the newspapers, is basically the same. Because here I see this is our plea. This is a plea from the teachers. KCSE candidates are urging the government to solve the pay dispute, to avert the teachers' strike as the event-packed third term begins today. This as the two main teachers' unions, that's NAT and KUPPET, are split on the industrial action. Already we all know that NAT has taken a different stand. This morning, teachers from primary school are going to go to school, while their secondary counterparts are staying home. I wonder how they are going to deal with that. The teachers' union, I think this is the high school teachers' union. They didn't get a deal. They didn't get a deal with the government. Now, the parents' union are assuring the parents, on the other hand, that just bring them to school. They'll be safe. I wonder who'll be taking care of the students in school if they do.
And is it a safety issue?
Yeah, there's a lot of things. As you've seen the standard, there's MPOX. There's a lot of things to be considered. And the plea is not only from the students, also, I mean, from the teachers. It's also from the students themselves. They also have their take on this. Apart from that, there's this police in Haiti facing pay delays. Now, the relatives are speaking, not even the policemen. I saw an exclusive clip on CNN the other day, and families of the Kenyan police officers deployed in Haiti have complained that they are yet to be paid since they started the peacekeeping mission, which now I think is in 3-4 months.
Yes, month 3. Months.
Yep. Yeah. They started that in the Haiti. These revelations came 2 months after United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken ordered the release of about 14.1 billion shillings to finance the mission that was approved by the United States. That story also making it in the headlines. I mean, families are waiting for money home, and they're saying, no, we haven't been paid by the government. Money has been released. And by the way, there's a headline that shows that they have received new armored personnel carriers. I know it's somewhere in the headlines. Apart from that, there's a story about Ruto and Gachagua and Mount Kenya game of numbers. The tyranny of numbers is not tyranny anymore. It's also a story on The Nation. There's a security reveal, special police unit used in the abduction. This is a story that the Standard carried last week, how the government deployed the rogue police officer in the abduction and everything. So that's also a story in the Standard this morning. So quite a lot, but the headline, the center of attraction is what's happening today. The schools are reopening. Yep.
Right. Looking at the star, top right-hand corner in teal green.
Well done.
Exclusive interview. Here are my achievements.
Who are you?
This is one Johnson Sakaja, His Excellency Johnson Sakaja, I was about to say the MP for Nairobi. Then I meant, sorry, the governor of Nairobi. sorry, governor. I almost tongue slipped there, but it's governor. All right. Here are my achievements. Yes, rivals don't scare me over 2027 election. If they don't scare you, why do you mention it? Anyway.
It's never true until denied.
You don't have straw in the stomach.
Yes. Why do you fear the fire?
Who asked you?
That is the heart of the matter, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, Excellency. Sawa tu. Hii kazi ni ngumu. KUPPET digs in, but not calls off teachers' strike. Okay? Kalonzo pulling all the stops to face Ruto in 2027.
Which one?
Kalonzo. And then there's a story here, so you need to perhaps just...
Should I say something on that?
Please do.
We are having him on Wednesday.
We are?
Yes. He wants me to interview him tomorrow, but I'm saying... Come on Wednesday and come to studio.
Very
Don't call
good.
me to Karen.
Yes, no. Mr. Kalonzo?
Yes.
Oh, that's good of him.
Yeah.
Wants to tell us what the Star is saying, plus to position Kalonzo Rengo as the new leaders. Plot to position. This is according to the Star. There's a push to get Duo to take over from Raila as he exits local politics.
Okay.
Who told them Raila has exited local politics.
See, him himself, Raila said
He did not say that. He did
He
not
said he
say
has taken a back seat.
He did
No, he didn't say that. He's limiting his local political activities. That is what he said.
These
Okay, fine.
interpretations.
He said he has limited his local political activity. In the interim, there's
We
somebody
have
who wants to
interpreted it
take
as-
over while it is limited.
But why would you take over from someone who's still active?
Yes.
They need some kind of robust activity. Why do you think they're saying they will step in the
who told
meantime?
you?
They need some kind of. That's why. If you didn't feel as if something needed to be done, why would you front yourself and say we will come in the meantime?
That's not the only thing he said. The context was, should he ascend to that lofty position in the AU, which will demand a lot of his time, okay? Here I paraphrase, I will limit my activities on the local scene.
Okay.
Does that not make sense anyway? He didn't even need to say it.
So this is all contingent on him ascending or not.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, all of you should just rest and wait.
Not really.
You see?
No. Nature abhors a vacuum.
Exactly.
Plan away.
Now,
Plan away.
the folks, the duo are the ones who have seen that this abhorrence of a vacuum is what they need to come and
Let me
sort
tell
out.
you, it is good when people plan. It is good when they have ambition. It is a good thing, okay?
And one of the things that I think Raila did, you know, the way ODM, the succession politics, the way it works, if you look at their constitution, the party leader, deputy party leaders, and then there's the chairperson of the party. Now, that is the ladder you must climb. Raila technically did away with it. Oparanya, Joho, Badi. So he's standing alone, last man standing as the head of the party. Any threat to his existence until 2023 Feb, he's done away with it. So in the meantime, we have new management, Gladys Wanga, ABC, you know. So Raila has to substantially still remain there.
He has to.
Competition is gone.
Interesting point there.
Interesting
point.
It is an interesting point. Whether the other folks will actually agree with that is now where you see these rumblings, whereby we want to see how we can fill in the
But Kalonzo is not in ODM.
No, he's an Azimio.
Azimio, yes. But are they talking about Azimio here?
Yes, they're talking about Azimio.
To position Kalonzo Orengo as Azimio leader.
Exactly.
Azimio.
But he's already a leader.
No, that's, you want more leader.
Top honcho.
Yeah, it's more leader we are looking for.
Kabisa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inside Odinga's 8-point plan for Africa in AU Quest. Okay. Right. Page 7. Raila tells us a great deal about the things he wants. He promises united continent characterized by peace, prosperity, and sustainable progress.
Okay. Africa?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
It's good.
Why didn't he just throw in love, peace, and unity while you were at
I mean, you might as well, you know. And dancing fairies and rainbows.
That would have helped tremendously.
We take a look at traffic and come back and look at some of these stories in depth. All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning. It's 27 minutes to 7 o'clock. More from the papers after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Gallant Mall, Parklands, Nairobi. This is an invite-only event. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000.
You know that feeling where there is a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to. But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again, and it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
All right, at a few minutes after 6:30, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic. Hasn't really changed much, but we're likely to see more movement as we get to the top of the hour and into traffic hour. It's very busy on Jogo Road now, and it's heading towards Landis. We might see some of that spill over towards Lusaka Road, but it's all a wait and see kind of thing for now. Survey right around the Thika Superhighway. We're seeing some traffic. You'll get towards that fork in the road between Wangari Maathai Way and Muranga Road, so that's one to watch out for now. Also coming in, there must be something cooking right there on the Thika Superhighway as you approach Allsops, because that's been heavy from 6:30. Shout out if you know what's going on right there. Southern Bypass looks good. It's your scenic route into the city if you're coming off of Mombasa Road and trying to get to Langata Road, for example. You might want to think about using that. We'll keep an eye on things. We're not in traffic hour yet, but let's see what happens when we do get there. We'll talk in the meantime on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so let's look at this story, the crisis in schools. It will be our 9 a.m. conversation, but just giving into this, there's all sorts of things happening on the national pages on 4 and 5. 3 stories about this. Uncertainty over KCSE exams as teachers make good strike threat. Remember that the union in charge of secondary school is KUPPET. KUPPET is the union that have said they're not going back to school today. Whatever deal was offered to them, it was unacceptable, and they said, you can't continue treating us like this. We have 1 year left in this current CBA, and things are not looking good. Take us seriously if you want us to take this thing seriously, essentially. And where we are now is that questions surround the fate of this year's national exams as teachers begin the strike, paralyzing teaching and learning at a time candidates should be preparing for the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examinations. Of course, we know that KCPE not taking place this year because that came to an end last year, but it wouldn't matter because not have said they will teach from today. But yeah, this is a revision term, essentially heavy on revision towards KCSE for Form 4s. Primary and junior secondary schools got a reprieve at the 11th hour after the Kenya National Union of Teachers called off its planned strike. KNUT Secretary General Collins Oyu yesterday said the decision was reached after the teachers' employer showed willingness to address their concerns. So it was not necessarily that concerns were addressed, there was willingness. And so they said, okay, based on that, let us go back. The National Executive Council has therefore agreed today to withdraw the strike notice that was lapsing into midnight. In light of the development, we direct our teachers to resume duty tomorrow on August 26th, which is today. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migosi expressed gratitude to the teachers and their leaders for prioritizing the best interest of learners, not so much for KUPPET. The CS urged parents and guardians to ensure their children report to school as per the calendar. The ministry has already disbursed 21.8 billion shillings as capitation to all basic education institutions to facilitate a smooth resumption of classes. Despite the disruption in secondary schools affecting far fewer students than those in its primary and junior secondary school, it will have far-reaching consequences as the institution hosts the candidates for the high-stake KCSE exams. Now, the strike is the first after a decade of tranquility in the education sector. Okay. Tranquility, and will affect some 965,501 candidates sitting exams in 9 weeks. According to Akello Misori, who is the KUPPET Secretary General, the organ has decided that teachers will withhold labour and ensure that no learning takes place in their jurisdiction. So the question's already starting to pop up. Could something have been done about this beforehand? Could we have had a conversation about this CBA, which has been in place for 4 years now? Could the demands, even if you're not going to meet all of them, could there be some conversation about certain things happening? But it seems now very, very late in the game because guess what? Third term starts today. And it doesn't look like it's looking good at all. Missouri said even after meeting TSC, the commission was non-committal on addressing the issue affecting teachers, even taking time to note that this was a crucial meeting. We left there without signing any document. The union's word reflects the frustration of many teachers who believe their grievances have been ignored for too long. And for them, this is the only way to get anything done. What happens today?
You see, the issue of teachers is very close to me. You know, my dad was in the union for a long time. He was an executive secretary, Migori branch for a long time. So I know this. I actually follow it because half of my family are teachers. But you see, more than half actually. You know all of them. So,
and if the wind had blown you, you would have been blown in.
I would have been a teacher.
Yeah.
If it was my dad's will, I would have been a teacher today. You know, they felt teaching jobs were very secure at that time. You'll be employed until you retire. But I think NAT is operating on a promise and hope that things will be better. Kupet is more realistic. And this is very strategic for the teachers because it's third term. We have school exams, the third term transitional exams. So this is very strategic for them. That's why they're not taking hope for an answer from the teachers. And if you look at what Akelo Misori is saying, is basically about contempt from the Teacher Service Commission. Because they say TAC is not non-committal on addressing the issues affecting the teachers. Even taking time to note that this was a crucial meeting, we left there without signing a document. So what does NAT have this morning? Because I listened to the press conference yesterday and the Secretary Collins Oyu, who also comes from my village. Incidentally, all of them, even Akelo Misori.
See, I told
you. They
you.
all come from my village. All of them. So we are all teachers. So at the press conference, he says that I have been instructed, I have instruction from the governing council that we have to go back to class. On the other hand, Kupet says, the council says no.
Yeah.
It's unanimous. We're not going back to class. So it's not even a catch-22 for me here. Let's say one is operating on hope. The other one is more realistic.
It's living in reality.
Yeah, and saying, unless we get something to give the teachers the reason we call the strike, we're not going back to class.
There's just too much, in my opinion, that dogs the education sector. If it's not just sorting out what ought to be sorted out, the school heads are already complaining, even before you go far, that money that was released, they've yet to receive it. The money that was released, still not even enough to sort out. Because remember, you're dealing in a deficit already. From last year, or rather from last term, and even the term before that. So the question remains that what are they supposed to do with that? So you have that on that side. Then you have school heads who are telling parents, bring your children back to school. Everything is going to be all right. Teachers are saying, well, not really. We're not coming back. You know, it just seems like there's so much happening at the same time and that there's very little happening at all. So there's just too much that dogs the sector, and it really, really just needs to be figured out.
You know, whenever anything that in essence ought to be very simple and straightforward gets so complicated, the question I would ask is, who is complicating it?
And why?
Yeah, because we know the number of schools, we know the number of TVETs, we know the number of universities, we know all the institutions that need this funding from the government. And we know all the disintegrated needs that they have. And that is the reason why we come up with a budget that is intended to meet these needs. So why is it that every single time there is an issue, and the issue just revolves around one small thing, is money.
Yep.
Capitation wasn't given, capitation was delayed, capitation was promised, and yet the budget we know is this amount. And you know what is interesting? Have you ever heard the government telling you at the end of financial year that, you know something, actually the budgeted amount wasn't fully spent? Because if the schools didn't fully get the money that was due to them, schools here, including universities, because they all have the same problem, and yet the government isn't telling you that money remained. So where did the money go to? Because that's a question you must ask. Because we begin a new year and we begin with a new budget, and yet we have a situation where all these institutions, all these categories, there is a complaint. Students haven't received this, the teachers haven't received this, the lecturers haven't received this, and then there are those who do business with institutions who haven't been paid, and it's from this same money that are to be paid. Yet you begin a new year with a new budget. where does the money go to? It's not complicated, really, is it?
No, it's not. It really isn't. And in terms of accountability and transparency, in terms of what happens, you have to ask. You budgeted something, not the full amount was spent. Where did it go? There never is an answer about that money. Never.
Because the institutions are wired that way. They're supposed to account. But I think the president said something very interesting the last time he spoke. He said, the next financial year, we're starting what we call zero budgeting, from zero. I think that's also where the problem lies. Because they're budgeting on top of budgets that were not honored. Because that's why we are talking about where did the unspent money go to.
Exactly.
Which means we are not budgeting for what we need to spend, but we are budgeting for what we don't need to spend.
Exactly.
And we end up not spending it the way we budgeted for it. So we're in that situation. It's a merry-go-round. But I think the last part of this statement or of this story captures it all. With 46,000 interns awaiting permanent status and 130,000 teachers seeking promotion, the tension between the teachers and their employer TAC has reached a boiling point.
Of course. It's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. There are too many layers of injustice happening here. Do you know how many schools today in the country, you must know, that in a year, parents are being asked to add upwards of 30,000 shillings in a year? Because, you know why? They've taken into consideration that capitation will not come. Either it will not come or it will not come on time.
On time. And most of the time on time.
Yes. And learning must continue. So what do they say?
Please, parents, aid us in teaching your children.
And then it becomes a norm.
It has become a norm. It is.
So essentially, the citizenry, having paid their taxes, are not subsidizing the government.
Exactly. That's exactly what's happening.
Because they want their students
they want their children to go to school.
There's someone who understands this and knows the parents will do anything to ensure that the children learn. Yes.
Now let me ask you, what happens? Because in the new funding model, they are saying 95% shall be shouldered by the government, 5% by the government. 5% by the parents and the guardians, 95% by the government. Is it realistic? They can't even do the little with the little that they have. The ceiling that they have, they're not doing anything with it. Now you want to increase it to 95% and ask the parents for 5%.
I can tell you now. Now. Without batting an eyelid, without even thinking hindsight, it is not going to happen. 95%.
What is not going to happen?
95% funding from the government for education.
That's what they're saying.
It is not going to happen. On Friday, they said we should register children for shift in the next 3 days. On Friday, I said it is what? It is not going to happen. Here we are. It is Monday. 95%. Just 3 short days later. 95%. I said there are 5 years documented where capitation has never been complete.
Yeah.
So now suddenly it's 95% now that government is going
Not
to
a
pay.
single time.
Come on,
Go
man. Give us another story.
See, the question that we asked earlier on, why is there such a problem? Why is it that we always seem to be going around in circles? We're actually not going around in circles. There are people who are taking us around in circles. This, to me, is not by chance. This is deliberate. It is planned. Something can't be this continuous without a break, and there aren't people behind it making sure it continues that way. It is not possible.
How comes the subsequent governments and cabinet secretaries in the Ministry of Education and the permanent secretaries or the principal secretaries have not been able to sort this out? I mean, when you come in as a new person, you must have a new brain.
One would hope.
How comes? It's never been sorted.
Hey.
I mean, since William Ruto was in the Ministry of Education, there were strikes. There were strikes and there have been strikes. He's now the president. There are still strikes. How comes it's not being sorted? It means there must be a reason why they can't sort it out. Someone somewhere is benefiting from the strikes.
All you need to do, there's a whole lot of people who work in these ministries. Forget the CSs who are more visible, okay? If an audit was done, something which is actually resisted seriously in this country, if a wealth audit was done, year in, year out, you'll be amazed at how the wealth of many individuals within these ministries keep increasing, and yet they don't have any visible business you can speak of.
But we saw it during vetting.
Yes, but then we saw it, did we not?
Yeah.
But yet, the reason why the government still takes on is because they are, and I believe the majority of citizens who actually do the right thing, they go to work and they do what they're supposed to do. Because if they didn't, in all honesty, this thing would have collapsed a long time ago.
Yeah.
There are people who actually do what they know they're supposed to do, and they're honest, and they pull their weight every day.
There are. I believe so too.
Yes.
I think though a related story could be the county's cash crisis, as governors are up in arms. This is from the Star, page 4 and 5, and basically lots of suppliers did jobs and were supposed to be paid, but they're yet to be paid. These was spoken by Mutula Kilonzo. There's also an interview by Governor Sakaja there. So I think it's cross-cutting in many counties, and I think it's the same problem, especially now that we can't even collect money. So they
Ken,
yes.
In the Uhuru government, that government even tried to look for money and even gave money to counties to sort out pending bills. Now, whether all that money was disbursed, I don't know, it's a different story, but it was there. But what is of interest is that with every budgeting cycle, these pending bills increase, which means these county governments commit people to do business with them.
Yeah, and they don't pay.
And they don't pay. And yet, it's the same story. It is budgeted for. You know how much you should spend. And yet, people are still owed. And that money still also doesn't exist.
It doesn't go to the counties.
Even when the counties get it and they budget, believe me, there'll be pending bills, but the money which was budgeted is also not there. So
priorities for the governors. When the money comes in, they look at what and where they need to put it. You know, at the far end, it's their discretion. The money has come, but who do I pay? Do I pay the friend who I'll get a kickback from, or do I pay this well-deserving Kenyan?
You know, this story of the county is a sad one because people have died.
Yes, now.
Yeah.
Literally.
People have taken their lives.
Yes, literally. Because once upon a time, you were a thriving business person. Someone whispered in your ears that the county government is good business.
Venture in that.
You take this lovely house which you built, which has no debt, you take it to the bank. 3 years down the line, you haven't been paid.
The house is gone.
No, your house is gone.
Yeah, house is gone. House is gone.
So is your sanity. The legacy of the county governments, unfortunately, is going to be the lives the county governments ruined. And if you extend the story, you will say that the national government that consistently and constantly failed to remit what it was that was due to the counties. Another short story is to follow.
Yep.
Yes.
Go.
A debt misery for Ruto as credit rating drops again. This is a story in the Standard. National government faces higher borrowing costs after a third global rating agency downgraded Kenya's credit rating. This complicates planning and debt repayment. This is a story on page 7. But it is not the only paper that has that story. If you look at all the papers, you will find that there is a story, or not a mention, a whole story of how it is that we have been downgraded yet again, which means anyone who wants to lend us money, because we're such a high risk, will charge us an arm and a leg.
That's if they decide to give us something.
They will give you, because so long as our friends undertake to say, okay, guys, we are standing surety for these guys, we will get the money. But my friend, if it is dollar denominated, these debts will never end.
What is the reason for the downgrade? I'm interested. Why would one get a downgrade on this system? You don't pay your loans, or your economy is tanking? What? Why?
There are many indicators. One, human rights record.
Okay. It plays a role, eh?
Yeah, it plays a role. And how it is that you manage the monies that you have in ensuring that the economy runs. And all these little things, you haven't paid this, you haven't paid this, you haven't done this. This one is 4 months down the line, people have been paid. God knows who in the embassy hasn't been paid. God knows MPs haven't been paid. God knows senators haven't been paid. Someone asks, but wait a moment. You collect 2 trillion. We know you collect 2 trillion.
Where does it go?
No, they'll tell you 70% of it goes to paying the debt. All right, so the 30%. So essentially, we don't have money.
Okay. And it can be seen. Everybody knows, Abi.
Everybody knows. But the problem is this. That hole that we dug isn't being filled. It's getting deeper. That is the problem. So you are downgraded, meaning you are less reliable. What you're being told is you get to see you're teetering on collapse. Teetering.
Oi.
B is not bad. We're not B minus.
Oi.
Yes. We get to see.
There's now.
Once it gets to that point, anyone who wants to lend you money will tell you we're not lending you. You're too high a risk.
Yeah.
The higher the rating, the easier it is to borrow, and the easier it is to borrow on what? On easy terms.
It's like a global CRB.
Yes. Now people say, oh, but you see, Japan also borrows. Yeah, but they borrow in their own currency, man.
They said their own terms.
Yes,
they set the terms.
It's on their own currency. US they also borrows.
Yeah.
It's in their own currency.
Except when they try borrow from China.
Yeah, then of course now China says, thanks.
We'll give you yen.
We'll give you yen.
We will give you yen. Now the problem with this is, you see, these stories unfortunately get you to a point where you have difficulties believing anything that those in government tell you. It could be something good, wonderful, and merely telling you the facts. But because of what you've seen, you feel, this must be taken with a pinch of salt. You can't believe everything they were told.
But for this, for Friday, SNP, it was basically because we don't have a Finance Act 2023-2024. So they can't even collect the money to pay their debt. So it's unclear if we can pay our debts.
Yeah.
So what they're doing essentially is telling people who can lend Kenya money, these guys can't even collect money to pay what they already owe.
Yeah, because
so how do we allow you? How do we just put them in the market in a position they can borrow? Yet we know they don't have a finance bill. They can't collect money to pay what they owe.
Essentially, because the act,
they're telling us our physical consolidation ni ngumu kidogo. So we can't. So basically,
let me ask you.
Yes.
There's no finance bill. Has the government stopped collecting money?
Based on what?
No.
Yeah.
That's the point.
They collect money.
They still collect money.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Precisely. Every once in a while, we in the media say, you know something? These guys are disobeying court orders, bwana. This thing is supposed to be at this percentage. These guys are still here. They're collecting.
Yeah. They're collecting.
They never stop collecting. So even when these guys, and you correctly put it, look at the finance bill be damned.
They're going to collect it anyway.
Yes.
They're going to tax Kenyans anyway.
Yeah. But
the court says this, they decide they're going to collect anyway.
I understand it though, because if you look at the brick and mortar of it, is that they say essentially this bill or this act is supposed to activate the platform upon which you then collect. So if there's no legislation in place that gives you the platform to do that, then everybody else sees, hold on a minute, they're not going to be able to collect, they're not going to be able to then
honor their
pay.
commitment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On paper.
Yeah.
And that's what they look at on paper. How often do they look at the real situation on the ground? They're just looking at the paper.
Actually, they do. They do.
For this rating to drop, they're looking at the paper.
They look at the paper,
yeah,
but they also know the country.
Of course they do.
Remember, whenever you borrow money, remember the time when we were being told the port was sold? Now we're being told the airport is about to be sold. Okay? Depending on who you're doing business with, okay? Development financing. Remember, we had this lady from the US, an expert in this. It was a teleconference thing that we had with her, and she was explaining that it is not possible to sell such an asset. Not really. What you do is they look at the monies simply that this entity generates.
Yeah.
That is
what
the security.
They target. Yes,
exactly.
That's what they target.
It's not complicated.
Yeah. But for this, when they move you from B to B minus, there are monies you can get.
Yeah.
Essentially, they're telling you can't get up to this point.
Up to this point.
And they're telling potential lenders that these guys will not be able to honor your commitment. That's why they are downgrading you. So the downgrade is to warn the lenders out there that they will not be able to honor their commitments, and then it means you can't borrow as a country. It means you can't honor your commitments. Remember, we have a budget that has a deficit.
Yeah.
So how do we even fund that deficit? I think it was little money, around 300 and something billion, around 400 B. That's money that can run all the counties in 1 year.
Yes.
But they're telling you, don't give them money, because if you give them money, they will not be able to honor their fiscal consolidation.
Out the window.
So that essentially is what happened on Friday with this.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Quickly, even as we get to the top of the hour, police in Haiti facing pay delays, relatives say. Families of Kenyan police officers deployed to Haiti have complained that they are yet to be paid since they started the peacekeeping mission in the Caribbean nation. These revelations come 2 months after United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken ordered the release of $109 million to finance the mission. So, your President RP is the question. The amount is also meant to purchase military equipment for the barracks in the capital of Port-au-Prince, where the Kenyan police are operating. In multiple interviews, families of the police officers who spoke in confidence for fear of being victimized talked of financial strain due to the delayed pay.
Now,
in Haiti, no
part
money.
of that commitment, we have new military armored personnel carriers in Haiti. Which means the money could have been released.
But not for pay of their salaries.
Exactly. It's for the operation, which means it's part of the pay.
Well, the money in their pockets is the thing that they're questioning about, is it not? Conversations continue. After this, at 7 o'clock, we look at the axis of power and what's happening with that. Fanya Mambo Kinuvia will be in the hot seat at 7. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Asseto. We start the bulletin from matters to do with education, where President William Ruto had a difficult time convincing university students to accept and embrace the new university funding model. At a town hall meeting at the KICC Nairobi, the head of state defended the system, saying it is aimed at bringing equality in the funding of students at the tertiary institutions.
My question is, Mr. President, the first question is, what was so wrong with the old funding model that we could not sit down and amend it? Because even a constitution of a country, you just don't wake up one day and bring a new constitution. We always go and say, hii clause imetufinya kidogo kama wananchi. We go to the parliament, they amend it, and they take it to the president to ascend and sign it. So I feel we should go back to the old funding model.
In your own words, you said, why don't we improve? Why don't we take the old model and make it better? This is exactly what we are doing. Household contribution was there. It is there in this model. The scholarship was there. It is there in this model. Do you know why we owed Kemu a lot of money? It's because of the old model, which you are telling me, let us go back to the old model.
Still on matters of education, and the Kenya National Union of Teachers has called off the planned strike that was scheduled to begin today. NAT officials say they have called off the strike even as they engage the government on the way forward.
Having considered all options in the development of these matters and the level of commitment by the government, that the Employer Teachers Service Commission and the teachers' position in driving the education agenda has directed the Secretary General through the National Executive Council to withdraw the strike notice.
TheSituationRoom Group at National Governing Council endorsed the tutor strike, insisting the strike is still on.
We shall not be moved. We therefore urge parents, urge the teachers of Kenya, urge all the public and everybody who is concerned about education in Kenya to focus their attention on this strike to be a very serious strike.
Baadhi yao yale yanahusu zile pesa ambazo hutolewa kwa walimu kwenda kulipa loan zao, lakini ilali zile pesa TSC haipeleki kwenye mabenki.
Meanwhile, the Kenya School Heads Association has urged parents to prepare learners for the third term, which starts today, assuring learners that their well-being will be safeguarded. And the multi-million construction project for Koitalel University, situated just a few kilometers from Nandi Hills town, has turned into an eyesore. Launched by President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, the project was allocated 100 acres at Koitalel Samoi Secondary School. However, it has been abandoned since then. Residents are now calling on President William Ruto to intervene and ensure the project's completion.
Karibu miaka 3-4 hiyo structure zilisimama, saizi inakunywa maji. Hiyo pesa ya serikali na taxpayers money ambayo iliwekwa pale inakaa pale ikifanya nini?
Hii university tena ingetusaidia kwa wale wanafunzi wenye wanatoka within. Ingekuwa karibu wakuja na waende.
It is a scar in our conscience as the people of Nandi that now we have been left behind.
Now, if you're planning to make your way to work today, you can't breathe a sigh of relief. These after the Matatu strike that had been scheduled to commence today has been called off. Albert Karakacha, Matatu Owner Association president, said that the industrial action has been called off due to the ongoing talks with the government.
The strike which was supposed to be happening, it has been suspended because we are in talks with the government. We are going to have a talk with government to solve the issue which is affecting the industry of Matatu Owners Association. We know there are issues which are affecting the industry. We have the issue of police harassment. We have the issue of county government all over the country. But we are going to sit down and see how we can come up with it. And we've urged our members all over the country. We just resume the work. We make sure that we are working tomorrow, ferrying the passengers to work as we try to see how to negotiate. To us, it's about suspension, but if the talk will not come up clearly, we'll have to sit down with our members and come up with a way forward.
The Matatu section called for the strike to protest against harassment of its members by police and county government officers, among other issues. This is Newswire. Dennis Asada, good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, getting to the top of the hour and looking at what's doing on the streets with traffic. Okay, that Thika superhighway thing is niggling at my brain because I'm not quite sure what's going on there. How about you let us know, guys? There must be something. It's inbound and it's heavy, and then you get past there just before you get to Allsops, and that's not much of a problem. So do tell what's happening in that area. As you then get towards Survey and then out towards Moranga Road, that's already started to build up. Kiambu Road is busy coming into the city. Kangunda Road not looking too bad. Jogo Road, on the other hand, very, very busy as you get towards Landis, and the southern bypass looks good, so think about using that. We're seeing traffic starting to build on the eastern bypass as you get towards that Embakasi loop going towards Outer Ring, so let's keep an eye on things and see how they develop. Coming out of off of Mombasa Road, you're going to get past Lolongo through towards Yokimau, out towards all the way through towards Capital Centre without an issue right now. So it's flowing free. Let's see what happens with Lower Kabete coming off of James Gishuru, Wayaki way through to Red Hill in a while. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed, the only way to start your day. It's 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into other conversations this morning, but I have to remind you that the Cradle Study Abroad Fair is taking place on the 31st of August. What is that, you ask? Well, okay, let's start with a little bit about Cradle. Cradle makes sure that you then get away from a number of the issues that affect when you're looking for an education outside the country, right? So many universities from many countries are coming together. The UK, the US, Grenada, also looking at Australia, New Zealand, Cyprus, across board. And what can you do when you attend the Study Abroad World Fair is that you can apply for admission and get it on the spot. You can apply for scholarships, get them also sorted out. You can also then get your visa consultation in place, and there'll be people on board to help you out, as well as sort out your accommodation information come that day. It takes place at the Gallant Mall on the 31st of August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. What do you need to do? You need to register www.cradle.com, or you can call 0799 000 444 and get your education abroad sorted. Okay, so we're getting into conversations about what happens now for Kenyans after these two gentlemen decided to have a conversation. Helping us out with that is Wakili Fanya Mambo Kinuthia. He's in the room this morning. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. You're in the hot seat yet again. Fanya Mambo, how are you?
Very good morning. I'm happy to be here.
Good to have you here.
I'm honored to be here.
Well,
as usual, it's a pleasure.
Pleasure to have you here as well.
Yes.
We're going to start it off today. City's gone to the ocean.
Yes.
You know, and there's a thing about Africa when we go to the water. Okay. I'll allow him to tell you the rest. And our proverb for today. And then you tell us what you think about that, no?
We are looking at countries in Africa that have a coastline.
Yes.
That border the ocean. Now, you know, it's interesting. Africa is bordered by two oceans.
Yes.
The Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. And they meet somewhere at the southernmost tip of South Africa where the two oceans meet. Yes. The details of that one is for tomorrow. For now, the proverb. A man whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire.
A man
whose belly, or let me say, the one, so that we make it gender friendly.
Thank you very much.
The one whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire.
The ones whose belly isn't full of straw is not afraid of fire.
It is at this point.
Yes.
That you tell us your interpretation.
Yes. I think for me is, you see, straw burns when it catches fire. And so if you do not have things that would cause you to burn, then what would you be afraid of? So I think, taken in life's context, my understanding would be, why am I afraid of things that I think would harm me if I'm not possessed of those things that would be harmed by what would harm me? Like fire burns certain things, and straws is one of them. If I've made of cement, why would I be afraid of fire?
Voila.
Good.
Yeah.
Well done.
So what does it mean?
What does it mean?
You've explained it very well. I want you to tell me what you think it means.
Today's proverb is quite something. Today's proverb is quite something. It's quite something. Leo umenipata vizuri.
Maoni yako baba si shida vile. Useme tu.
Yeah. I think in real life context it means sometimes we don't have to be afraid of that which cannot affect us.
Indeed.
Yes.
Well said.
Well said. 1,000,000 points. Do with them as you wish.
Yeah.
City's feeling generous this morning. I speak on your behalf.
You've done well.
Thank you very much.
And your interpretation is good.
Okay. So, one would think, Fanya Mambo, that there is a Ruto-Raila power axis. From the very beginning, that there is an actual power axis here, and that they've come together and they forged this power so strong, and that is the reality. What it means for Kenyans is a totally different thing. So if we did an overview of that, in the last couple of weeks, many things have happened, many things have been said, people have been appointed, people have said, we're going back to the old times, and maybe not so old, whereby this power play was going to come about, whether we liked it or not. What's your overview, first of all, before we get into the nitty-gritty of what exactly has happened over the last, give or take, 1 month, and what it means for Kenya moving forward?
First and foremost, this is a horrible come we stay marriage.
Okay.
It's actually a come we stay because we did not see the signing of the marriage certificate, and it's a horrible one. And now we have, I don't know what to call a frog. Is it an insect, or is it a creature, or is it a mammal because it lays eggs? Because this is an amphibian government. And this amphibian government, now we have people who want to be in opposition and they want to be in government at the same time. And this is the likes of ODM. And I have a problem because I have seen them fighting with the Jeremiah Kionis and saying they're in Azimio. At the same time, they are fighting and saying they are properly and squarely within government. How can you be in Azimio, which is purely opposition and at the same time be in government and run government. And what worries me even the more is now the people who are replacing them in parliament, the Junet Mohammeds, because you see the leader of minority is basically supposed to be the leader of opposition in our current constitutional structure. How will they ask questions to people they considered to be their seniors in the party? So it means that now, in fact, we have completely and totally no opposition left in this country. And that's a bad place to be.
Why? Because the opposition is meant to check the executive and all its doings. And if the group that was meant to be the opposition is now in the, what did you call it, come we stay arrangement.
Yes, they're in a come we stay
then
marriage.
It is very difficult. Is it not possible for husband to check wife or wife to check husband?
It's not possible. Actually, in law, you're not allowed to give, you're not allowed to testify against your spouse. It's not acceptable. It's not admissible. So I think it's a horrible place to be because I do not see Junet Mohammed checking on Paddy. I don't see. I don't see. That cannot happen. And I don't see, totally, completely, we now have no opposition left in this country. What we now have is a group of people who are sitting together to siphon from Kenyans.
Why?
And I actually at some point offered myself, only that some people stopped me. I'd carried some 2 plastic chairs and a table, and I wanted to declare myself leader of official opposition. In fact, I wanted to mount them. You see where Kimathi's statue is every Tuesday and every Thursday. And Kenyans just come. And, I had a banner even, official leader of opposition. My lawyer friends took away everything from me, and they told me, you can't do that. You're turning yourself into an activist, and we already made you a leader. So I'm still waiting to get an office somewhere, but I will offer myself to be official leader of opposition in the interim until we get some sense into this country, because what is happening is unacceptable.
Fanyamambo, does that not seem a little skewed? I mean, the fact that you have people who claim to be in the opposition and you claiming that they are not in the opposition, and you also claiming that the position of those in the opposition is actually vacant, hence you're offering yourself, surely. Does that not sound as though you found a niche where you decided to place yourself comfortably in the
There's a political vacuum somewhere.
Yes,
and nature does not allow for...
So let me fill that vacuum.
Nature doesn't allow for vacuum. It's not even me feeling it. Nature is thrusting me into that space. It's like a bomb. There's displacement and I'm being thrust into
and
it.
You're claiming it.
Yes, and I'm accepting it very comfortably and happily and embracing it and saying, I just need a plastic chair, and I already had 2, and a table and an umbrella, and I can do it from anywhere in the streets. As long as Kenyans know when to come, and you just come with any dossier that needs expose, and we'll expose it as long as you have the facts right. Because this is what Kenya needs. You just need someone who's courageous enough to say, this is what is going wrong here.
You're saying that those who present themselves as the opposition are not brave enough?
Right now, they are brave enough to go into bed with government. That's the only bravery they've shown us.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing else. There's nothing else. Because right now, things are wrong. Look, we are looking at a looming teacher strike, in as much as we shall be having that conversation later. And we are being told there's no money to pay teachers. But we have money to print more money. Kenya,
hire more people in government and executive
there's
level.
14 billion available to print more money. Who told them we have a money problem in this country? In fact, I dare submit to everybody in this country that some of the money being held by politicians in their houses and some rich people in this country, if it was be released, we don't need to print money. Kuna watu wameweka pesa nyingi sana in the billions. I remember there's a guy who died of a plane crash, and in his office alone there was more than 700 million. And of course there are people who we hear are rumored to have safes, and others who have container loads of money. And I thank God Uhuru that time when they phased out the old currency, and so many people lost billions because they used to keep money in the house. I think that bad manners of keeping money in the house has to stop first. We have a lot of currency available in this country. We don't need to print more. Nyinyi mutoe pesa mulete ikuwe in circulation. Yeah.
I guess my question would be, why is it when they say they are still in the opposition, you don't believe them? They are saying it themselves. We are still here in the opposition.
Where do opposition leaders carry flags? Where do they drive flagged cars and go to State House and sit in cabinet? Have you ever seen an opposition that sits in cabinet? Let's start there. because this is insanity. Not unless we want to start redefining the opposition. I have never seen an opposition leader who sits in cabinet and drives a flagged car and is provided with an office by the government to... It doesn't happen. They don't sit
so
in cabinet.
So it's based on what you see? That your definition is based on what you see?
No, it's based on... You see, I'm a lawyer. And when we went to school, we were taught about separation of powers. We were even taught about... Now, I'm learning things we have never seen in any book anywhere. I mean, you can imagine the Democrats waking up one day and they are in bed with the... what do you call these guys? The Republicans. And some of the Republicans are ministers in our Democrats' cabinet. That nonsense doesn't happen anywhere other than in Kenya.
Yes.
By partisanship.
But surely, Ken is asking a question.
Yeah.
I think respond to Ken's question.
By partisanship, when you mention Republicans and Democrats, in fact, the first year of Barack Obama, we saw this happening.
Yes.
He tried to reach out to have a government, a bipartisan government.
Yes.
He was seeking their hand in everything until he realized it's not working. But also, your position presupposes that Raila Odinga is the opposition leader and opposition is Raila Odinga. If Raila Odinga ceases to be in the opposition, there's no position, and then there is a vacuum. Now, Kinuthia wants to fill it.
No, it doesn't presuppose that he's the opposition leader. But there's a party that has got a minority and it's recognized in parliament. And actually, they said the leader of minority is one, this funny guy who's just left his seat as member of parliament. And I am happy to forget his name every time because then it helps us as a country because we need to forget such people. And now the leader of minority has left. Maybe OP or something. One was somewhere. That one.
The one who is now CS Energy.
I don't want to remember the docket he's holding. No. And I'm not trying to forget because I want Kenyans to forget these people. Because we need to forget such people who take us to such heights. So this is the officially recognized leader of minority according to our constitution. Is saying that I'm no longer leading the minority and joining the Kenya Kwanza. Is it? And now they are siphoning the country together. It's not acceptable.
Okay. Mambo.
Yeah.
What do you understand by the term coalition?
Where people sit together and eat. Because in coalitions in this country don't make sense.
Okay. In a political sense, we're just a pure definition, which if you were to juxtapose the reality of our country, of course, would not serve us well. But when you form a coalition, what exactly are you doing?
I think they are coalescing to eat. Because the things that we had said not to, including the finance bill, now have all of a sudden become holy. And I can see the leader, I can see Mbadi saying that they are going to look for some of the things that were rejected in the finance bill and bring them back. So they are coalescing to eat. It's
let's
not
look
a coalition.
Let's look at this historically, shall we?
Yeah.
Every time a coalition has been formed in this country, it has been after there's been some sort of conflict, right?
Yes.
Or there has been some sort of dissonance when it came to governorship, usually after an election.
Yes.
I don't know that there has been a coalition whereby there is no dispute over the election process. Correct me if I'm wrong. In Kenya, at least.
Right.
All right? So 2007, 2008, after the post-election violence, is probably when we saw one of the most memorable coalitions come about.
Yes.
Probably one of the most memorable ones, okay? We saw, CORD, we saw then coming together, then we saw the formation of, there was a Rainbow Coalition prior to that. But usually they came together because if they didn't come together, the country was going to be thrown into a deeper conflict, and it was not good for, number one, sovereignty. It was not good for the people. It was not good for livelihoods. So when we saw coalitions come about, it was to avert a particular situation. But what I'm hearing you say is that coalitions have been formed in this country so that political cronies can come together and put on their bibs and eat from this pot of Kenya's resources. Where does the other side of coalition making come into play to avert essentially national crises?
I'll explain to you. We don't have a national crisis when we have language. I never saw a time when the president was willing to engage people before the crisis came about. Every time it was nitawakalia ngumu, wataniona, We will not allow, we will not shake hands, we will not move. I have always said every war that was ever won in the world, including the First and the Second World War, they were won with pens, not with guns and knives and weapons and batons and this nonsense we are seeing on the streets. This country can be built and this country can be brought together by conversations before we even have those. The problem we had is that we had people on one side saying, oh, we are shareholders, and others saying, oh, we cannot shake their hands. If I shake their hands, I'll remove something I wear elsewhere and put it on the head. They said all sorts of stupid things. And that is what brought about the crisis. But I can tell you, if I was president of this Republic of Kenya, this nonsense of using batons and weapons and tear gas would come to an end, because there's language and we can always have a conversation about very many things as a country. So that time they were saying the price of unga was high, the price of fuel was high, and someone was saying itawakalia ngumu. So it wasn't making sense. We would have had conversations and this would have been averted.
Are you aware that the very thing you've said was said by the gentleman who's currently our president when he was campaigning? Everything that you've said, extrajudicial killing, abductions, everything that we said was abhorrent to us, he swore that it would not happen.
Yes.
The consequence, we've seen it in abundance, greater abundance than we saw it even before. And in this case, you are talking about young people who evidently were not harming anybody. All they were doing was saying, enough is enough. 60 Kenyans later, dead that is, here we are, against a backdrop of promises similar to the one that you're saying you will not. I am of this view that these promises people make in earnest are made when they're not fully cognizant of what it means to sit on that seat that they've wanted. Because when they sit there, something seems to change. A certain reality that...
Reality check.
Yes. A certain reality that they had hitherto not considered comes knocking, and it's persistent in its knocking, and they have no option but to adhere to that knocking.
I think the supplier of tear gas is their friend. And maybe they needed to issue that tender to them to supply more tear gas. But on a very serious note, first and foremost, this government coalition that has been formed is not a coalition to deliver anything to Kenyans. It is a coalition to deliver the 2027 election results in favor of William Samoei Arap Ruto. He's just put together a campaign machine for himself. And the reason I'm saying that is he has said, one, I don't need Mount Kenya in my next arithmetic.
He has said this?
Yes. By action.
Not expressly.
Not expressly. Not expressly.
And I'll tell you how. He comes and looks at the coastal region and says, who's the best at the coast in terms of mobilization? Who is the most charismatic? Who can deliver coast if the coast needed to be delivered? He says Ali Hassan Joho. He goes to Western Province and says Western has got two axes. The first one is the Bungoma axis and the second one is the Kakamega axis. The Bungoma axis is another story because there's George Natembeya doing Tawe and everything else. But the Kakamega axis, the one person who has always consistently delivered to Raila and is promising to deliver is Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. And so he picks Oparanya. And he goes in every other place where he's looking for strong people to deliver regions that he believed he didn't have. And then he gets people who are strong, including getting Badi because he has got some influence in Luo Nyanza, though he lost an election. But then he comes to Mount Kenya, and the people he appoints to his cabinet from Mount Kenya are people who cannot marshal 200 people to a meeting of a cattle dip if there was need to have 200 people together. Some people whose name we didn't even know, and those we knew, like our one minister for whatever, she's retiring. She's now at a place where she's retiring. She cannot mobilize Mount Kenya, just to make sure that there's no unifying factor for Mount Kenya because it's a big block of votes, and to make sure that from those other regions he gets people who can unite and bring enough votes for him in those regions. And so Mount Kenya will be left in its own political oblivion with some people whose names we are even struggling to remember even right now. And those ones are the ones who are being given cabinet posts. Now at Mount Kenya, munadanganywa, you're being told, oh, you see, you have 7. 7 what? Slots of what? Where was Munya when they were appointing Joho? They didn't remember Munya. They didn't remember big people like Motahi Kagwe. They didn't remember such names in Mount Kenya. They come to remember names of novices in politics. And that's the problem.
So do you think, okay, I mean, I think I know the answer already, but let me open it up like this. So do you think that all of what we saw or what we've seen that currently is the case was divvying up the power to then foster support for the next rounds of elections that are coming up. Park that. We saw the protest that took place for easily a month in the country, and this is what we get as an answer to that. Does it solve that problem? Does this now new brand spanking marriage between whomever and whomever, does it sort out the issue that we saw that was taken to the streets the other day? Or are you saying that that was just kind of put on the back shelf? Okay, people have protested, they're done, they're out of steam, put them over there. What I'm looking for is support for 2027. So let me bring in my long-time political rivals. Let's all be on the same page so that they can catapult me to 2027. Is that what you're saying?
I think you don't understand the person of the president that we have in power today.
Okay.
He had already started campaigning for 2027 until Gen Zs rudely interrupted him. And he found it as a very rude interruption to his campaign. And he was wondering what is wrong with these young people. I'm already trying to campaign again for 2027 and they are coming. And he was launching very many projects. And I thank God for the young man who is doing whatever he's doing about those projects. But here comes the thing. Immediately, you are done and he starts appointing cabinet. He asks himself, what do I want? And the answer is he wants re-election. Who do I need to be re-elected? And he gets the people he needs to be re-elected. As to whether you care about finance bill or all those other problems we were talking about, that's none of his concerns. His primary concern is, am I going to be re-elected in 2027? And where do I feel weak? And whom do I need to fill the basket of votes? And he's working on that. And in this country, everybody is waking up and working on their own agenda. Even you woke up and you said, my agenda this week is this particular thing. Teachers are working on their own agenda. So everybody is on their own in this country. You wake up and do that which makes you happy.
So let's take a break on that point, shall we? Okay, so it's interesting to look into these different kinds of perspectives. Let's come and open the conversation up a little bit more. 7:30 on the nose. We'll come back, take a look at weather and traffic. Fanya Mambo Kenovia is in the studio this morning looking at this new power axis and asking ourselves the question, okay, what does it actually mean for Kenyans? Let's look at what it does mean for Kenyans and what it could do or not do in this situation. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Gallant Mall, Parklands, Nairobi. This is an invite-only event. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000.
You know that feeling where there's like a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to... But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again. And it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
The weather with SpiceFM.
13 degrees and partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 20, highs of 23 in a cloudy Nakuru at 13. It's 14 and cloudy in Nyeri and 14 and cloudy in Eldoret, going to highs of 22. Mombasa is cloudy at 23 with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a mostly cloudy Malindi at 24. It's 19 and clear in Kisumu and 18 and cloudy in Kakamega. And we're looking into a cloudy Kampala at 19, going to highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam at 24. Joburg is cloudy at 14, highs of 25. Mogadishu will be cloudy through to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 19 in a mostly cloudy Addis Ababa at 13. 25 and cloudy in Lagos with highs of 28, and Kinshasa will see highs of 32, where it's mostly clear at 22. It is busy this morning here and there, wherever you choose to look at it. Jogoo Road is still continuing to pack up, and we're looking at traffic in both directions, in and outbound traffic on Jogoo Road. Some of that is already spilling over towards Lusaka Road, and Langata Road is starting to pack up as well, coming off of the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, touching on Uhuru Highway, and Gong Road at your different junctions also looks busy. City Mortuary coming in from Arving's Kodek, and then also inbound from Valley Road. That's interesting. The Thika Superhighway has packed up like crazy. We saw that traffic coming in all the way from Kasarani, heavy towards Survey, and that continues. Traffic is inbound from Kiambu Road as well as you get towards Muthaiga Square. The Northern Bypass is not looking too bad, but there's a little bit of traffic as you come in from Kiambu Road right up there at that junction. Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, all of that not looking bad now. We'll take a look at James Gishuru when we come back from this. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, here we are at 25 minutes to the top of the hour. Fanya Mambo Kinuthia is our guest this hour, and we're looking at the Ruto Raila power axis and what it actually means for Kenyan cities. You had a question as we're going to talk.
Well, you know, I like the way Fanya Mambo has analyzed the situation as he sees. And he has labeled our president the party killer, the person who destroys other parties. It's a narrative that I actually find to be false. Because it isn't as though he goes around putting a gun to people's head and saying, you must join my party. Those people join willingly. Which tells you that every political party we have in this country is not a political party, it's a business entity, it's a business unit. It's where people conduct business. Our politics is business, purely business. Because if it were a party, let me inverse it. All right? Look at a business entity like, say, a bank. Banks have a clear understanding of the relationship they have with their customers. And they will tell you what they can do for you, what they can offer you, and how they will offer it, and on what terms. And the details are there. And all you need to do is to go to a bank, and you will find that the things that they tell you are the things that actually happen. Now, political parties have a manifesto. All of them. And in that manifesto, they outline for you what they're going to do. You very rarely see any of those things that they promise getting done. Very rarely. And yet, at the heart of it is that the economy that they're purporting to want to lead will be a better place for people to live in. Better means economically it will be better, basic needs will be met, and the citizens will at least feel that their lives are being taken care of. There'll be security and everything else. That doesn't happen. Beyond the words that we keep hearing, why I call it a business is, every time you look at our politicians and the way they go about their lives definitely keep getting better monetarily. They get wealthier and wealthier and wealthier. So when one talks about a party, when one talks about governance, I think I would be of the view that I will ask, which of these business managers, because that's what these political leaders are, which of these business leaders is able to manage this country better than the other? And I would not look at the promises, I would look at the ability to actually manage. How do these people conduct business? Because that is what our politics is. It's not anything else. It's a business. And all our political parties are business entities.
I think picking it up from there, the first thing I think is that ODM seriously owes Jalango an apology. The ODM party. Okay. They owe Jalas an apology. Please. In fact, the first thing they need to do is Sifuna, where are you? You are the people who were saying you're going to discipline the Jalango. I think Jalango saw things before you did. He chose to work with government, and they really castigated him for that, and they told him you cannot work with government, you cannot continue. Okay, Kenya Kwanza administration is horrible, it's a bad place to be, you can't work with them. So Jalango had actually to withdraw and start pulling back. Even he voted no for the finance bill. Only for those people who were telling him that Kenya Kwanza administration is bad, you can't work with it, to go into bed with it and actually join cabinet. I mean, some of the people are the party leaders, Akina John Badi, who were telling Jalango, we are going to discipline you and you'll go through disciplinary organs of the party. So what were they disturbing Jalango for? They need to pay him, they need to compensate him, they need to hug him for having seen where they are going. I mean, he got there before them. They were just jealous that he got there before them.
The problem is not Jalango going to the government, but going alone to the government and leaving the rest of the...
Does it matter?
It looks like
it's
it matters.
It's a principle. Look here.
Like it matters.
You cannot come and tell us that Ruto is bad and his administration is bad and that his administration is horrible. And that so if one person joins that bad administration, that person is bad. But if we all join the bad administration, then it is okay.
Then talk to us about political sanity. One, as a lawyer. Two, as an aspiring politician. You're going to be in a party if you're not going to be an independent candidate. How would you want your party to behave? How would you want your party to look at that time that you don't form a government and you're in a minority party and you'd really wish to work for your party? How do you want your party to behave? Flip the coin and become the Jalango and your party that will sponsor you wherever you run becomes your party sponsor then, and then they want this political sanity, and you leave alone to distort all that. So as a lawyer, explain to us that, and then also as a politician, explain to us how you'd want your party at that time to behave.
I think I want a party that does not wake up and say that you're a bad person, and then after 3 weeks when you make me an offer, you're a good person. If I start as a political party saying that so-and-so is incapable of running a government, let us stick to that narrative for the 5 years. That's the principle. I stuck with Jubilee even when it lost elections. I had the option of moving to Kenya Kwanza. And of course, with the many media shows I've been doing, how many offers do you think we've gotten? Just to be told, come here, we'll make you this, speak on behalf of... And I'm not interested. I don't want. We have to be people who have a spine. We have to be people who have, who are able to make decisions that are meaningful. You cannot wake up one day and say Kenya Kwanza is bad, and then the following day you come and say now Kenya Kwanza has become good. Even the voters are confused. Can you imagine how many bloggers were online fighting Ruto on the side of ODM, and now they are being told, now we are in government, can you stop now fighting the president?
Change your narrative.
It's confusing.
Talk to me about an individual, you.
Yes.
And political sanity. Forget about that, because we understand even before ODM started working with Kenya Kwanza, there was a parliamentary group meeting that was convened at JOF, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Foundation, and they ratified that decision. Although the other Azimio principles say that they were not informed. They came to learn about it in the media, and they were called to be told of that decision. Right? At the end of the day, there has to be political sanity.
I think you don't understand how that thing happened. The relationship between Raila Odinga and William Ruto can be compared to a man who was given a post-dated check. And he was told, I want you to bank this check after next week when I come from Dubai. So Raila Odinga wrote a check. It had 4 names of the people who are in cabinet right now. And he told William Ruto, I'm giving you this post-dated check. And I want to go to Dubai. And when I come back from Dubai, you're going to bank this check. The minute Raila took to the skies, hata hakuwa amefika Somalia, William Ruto went and banked the check. And so in the morning, Raila Odinga is being told, your people are already in government, they've been appointed. I think they had thought of a more structured way to have that conversation before these people were announced. But our president, being the person he is a very good politician. He banked the check, and Raila was getting a notification on his phone, your account has been debited with 4 names. Money has left your account.
Okay. You actually believe what you're saying?
Yes, I do. Yes,
I believe that is what happened.
Yes, and I can tell you for free, that still the arrangement is bad. And this marriage will not last long. This will be, you remember the merger, it will be equivalent of the same. By the time Raila Amolo Odinga is going to leave, he's going to leave with half of that government. He will leave with more. The way he left with Saitotis, he's done it before, and this is just history going to repeat himself. Okay. He's going to leave this government with more people, and he's going to leave this government wounded.
But you are the same person who's told us that William Ruto effectively has sorted out his 2027 election
in his imagination.
No, you didn't talk about imagination.
I'll explain why.
You made a point of fact from where you sit.
Yes.
So suddenly, it will not work, and Raila Odinga is going to leave. So
I'll tell you why.
Stand?
I'll tell you why it will not work.
Yes.
From where they sit in their generation, they have been talking of blocks, the Western vote, the Nyanza vote, I don't know, Kisii vote. And now, the millennials and Gen Zs are reminding them that the people between the age of 18 and 40 on the IEBC voter register are 16 million. That we who are between 18 and 40 are 16 million on that voter register, the IEBC voter register. And whether you register more or not, we have 16 million votes that we are not going to cast based on our tribes and based on where we come from. So as you make your tribal arithmetic, the people between 18 and 40, who are 16 million of them, have decided that they are not going to vote on tribal lines. And that's why you see when a young man from Kisii region wakes up and starts pointing fingers at how projects are being launched left, right, and center, he finds support. People are now looking for a person they can believe in, a person who they think can fulfill their promises. And I can tell you, the whole political class in 2027 is probably all going home. Don't ask me who will replace them. But Kenyans are saying they would rather vote for someone who's never been seen on the scene than return these people.
But I have to ask, and for me, I mean, it's no secret that I'm always going to ask about what happens to the people, because the imagination is that when people go to the vote, what they're looking for is somebody who will be given the reins of power to govern over a people and its resources in a way that is going to benefit their livelihoods and benefit the country as a whole. That is by the time you're going to vote, you're going to say, maybe this person's going to do it better. Maybe somebody's going to bring about something that is actually going to lurch us forward, right?
Yeah.
What happens to them? It seems to be that is never the center of conversation, which for me, the people should be at the center of governance. It doesn't matter how you look at it, doesn't matter how thin you slice it, it doesn't matter. That the problems that we are looking at today, I mean, just look at the front pages that we're talking about today. Education, in a crisis. Health, let's not even go there. Infrastructure in the country, we are being told by people that money that was spent for projects all over the place, nowhere. Those are the realities. Just the other week, last week, we had a conversation about how we're going into the drier months. What's being done to ensure that people will have food, sustained resources over time. So while we focus on this power axis, that people's egos have been well oiled and you're getting into this new marriage and etc., one would think that the direct benefactors of that marriage would be the people of Kenya and that things are going to be better. But I mean, from what the picture that you're painting, it is clear that Kenyans' desires, Kenyans' needs do not feature here whatsoever. Should we focus on that, or should we focus on the demand for citizen-centered governance?
Kenyans told me the other day that Raila Amolo Odinga in his manifesto had promised people that if he became president, he would give 6,000 shillings a month. So they were saying he's got maybe a third of government. So why can't they start giving 2,000 shillings at least to the Kenyans instead of the 6,000 first, so that we see? The Kenya Kwanza manifesto was clear. It was the simplest manifesto I've ever come across in the whole world. Hatupangwingwi. So that is amorphous. It can mean anything from we will give you a horrible finance bill to we will beat you up to you will find bodies anywhere.
It could be anything.
It could be anything. Hatupangwingwi. So when you combine Hatupangwingwi with a diminishing 6,000, I think hata wakifanya 2,000 shillings, Kenyans will be happy. There is nothing about Kenyans in this whole scenario. That is the unfortunate
Kenyans don't feature here?
Where do you see them featuring? Okay. Have you had, because if they were...
I do see them featuring. I do see them featuring in the protests. I do see them featuring in saying enough is enough. The narrative that we are looking for a certain type of person must also cease. Because that person doesn't exist.
I am here.
No, you don't. People who exist in that sphere are people who are able to conform to accountability. And that doesn't happen because they are good people. It happens when we have an accountability mechanism that is strong.
When the institutions work.
Yes, that keeps people in check. Believing in the goodness of man will lead us nowhere. That is not what you should premise. Somebody should have the fundamental building blocks and you say, okay, but the primary building blocks that you need for what we're talking about is a system and people who ensure that they hold their leaders to account. If political leaders are not held to account, it doesn't matter how good they start. Something will go rotten at some point.
I'm reminded of Ababu Namwamba when you speak about that. Look at where he started. A lot of all these members of parliament, most of them stood for something.
There's a promise.
Something happens along the way and things change. This promise you have in your heart, it just changes somehow. And things change totally and you become just a politician.
I think we are getting it wrong. To
How
start
so?
with, Kenya has got more than 600 acts of parliament. We are drowning in laws. Our constitution is way bigger than the American constitution. What we have done is we are having bad manners. And we are thinking we are going to cure bad manners by creating new laws. So you find the penal code is enough to punish every crime in this country. But then you have the Anti-Corruption Commission, then you create all sorts of laws because you want to deal with the theft of public resources. I have told you, France held the election the other day. You should have seen their ballot paper. A simple paper almost with no security features. And there's no mad French man who will come and vote more than once.
Why do you said it? Why?
I'll tell you why. Now, here in the country, and mind you, they are not putting all those controls and measures, and they are saying, here in the country, you can imagine if we had a simple ballot paper that can be printed on River Road, an MCA would get 5 million votes. So what we are trying to do is to say that the problem sometimes is not in the law. And every time you make a law in Kenya, people try to circumvent it. We have so many laws. We even came up with public procurement to be done online. People have brought that system down. We tried making sure that all our land system is on the digital platform. They usually make sure that system is down. You come up, NTSA, a very good system. Right now, Teams loses 15 billion one night like it's a sneeze in the air.
No biggie.
No biggie. So the thing is, we have bad manners. And no matter how many laws, and I can tell you, Parliament can sit there and come up with 300,000 laws to govern Kenyans.
Mambo,
but Kenyans will circumvent
I wasn't talking about the laws. The laws are exactly what you say they are. And perhaps to answer your question, I should ask a question. Why do you think laws exist?
Well, President Emilio Mwai Kibaki governed us with Moi's constitution.
Okay, why do you think laws exist?
Now we have a head of state who is governing us with a new constitution, the Moi style. All I'm trying to say, they exist. They exist so that you can try to have harmony.
No, they exist because there's an innate understanding that people given an opportunity will do wrong. That is what laws do. They check you.
Yes.
Yes. But for laws to work, human beings, you saw what the Gen Zs did. You saw that one. Holding people to account. In that short period of time, you've seen what happened. Things that you didn't think would happen, happened. We saw. Why? Leaders understood, including the president, that he's being held to account. Believe me, if leaders don't know that they're going to be held to account, it doesn't matter, and you're right. How many laws we'll create? We'll create them and just circumvent them. But when you know you'll be held to account and there will be consequences, people will be a little more careful.
So are we saying, essentially, and maybe Fanya, you contribute to that, is that it doesn't matter who you put then at this axis of power. It doesn't matter who you bring in from whether coalition, from whatever relationship, and join them and hope that no one puts them asunder. It doesn't matter. But that if you have a population of citizens who are interested in their governance, keeping these individuals to account, then those people will actually fulfill the tenets of proper governance. Is that what we're saying?
I'm saying they will have no choice because the consequences will be dire. If every time you dip your hand or you sort of like immerse your body in the cookie jar, and you know that your naked picture in the cookie jar will be made public to everybody, you wouldn't dare.
So, is there a place for citizens to keep individuals who sit in these positions accountable?
Yes, there's every space for citizens to keep these people accountable. I've always said that the prize for good democracy, for good governance, is eternal vigilance. You have to be eternally vigilant. You have to keep reminding these people why you voted for them and all. But the other suggestion I would make to especially our young people is that the government is prepared for your bodies. They are prepared with batons. They are prepared with guns. Do not throw your bodies at them again. Where they are, everything they've been doing and reorganizing and re-strategizing is all about your body. They are able to beat up your body. They've bought tear gas for your body. They've done that. Let us throw brains at them. I saw one time when young people sat down and decided to send hundreds of thousands of emails to a specific email address. And that had a very bad effect. And it actually impacted more than being on the streets. So I'm urging every young person who wants to pick up this fight with the government, let us start throwing brains at them. They are not prepared for a war of the brain. And when you sit down and strategize and start the war, there's a lot you can do on your phone. There's a lot you can do on email. And the email example was one of them. They sent emails to some multinational, and those people got 1 million emails and they couldn't move and they had to make phone calls. I think this is the high time that we as young people start throwing at them something that they were not prepared for. Don't take your body to the street again. Throw your brains at them. They are not prepared for your brains. They would have to come and hire some of your own to help them decipher how to go about it. But for now, they are restocking tear gas, they are restocking batons, they are training boots, they are buying more lorries, they are buying more water for the lorries, and so on and so forth. So my suggestion is, as much as possible, let us throw our brains at this government and they'll be confused.
Which one has more rate of success? We know going to the streets worked for this country before, and it's worked. Are you saying it's time we stopped going to the streets and started applying our brains and soft protest more? Because as a lawyer, again, you must be alive to Article 37 that allows this. Why is it that you're not calling for the implementation of Article 37 and respecting Article 37, and instead you're saying let's try and do it a little bit different?
Because when we go the Article 37 way, we realize that it is possible, and we believe it, for one young person to kill very many people, put them in sacks, carry them, nobody sees him, takes them to a dumping site just behind a police station, nobody has seen him, and Article 37 exists in our constitution. But when you see the kind of bodies that we saw in the areas that we saw, and when we talk of people who up to date are still missing their loved ones from Rongai and Githurai, I would hesitate to send any young person to the street. I have told you, if you listen to any young person and who was involved in the email sending na kutuma salamu ya one bob, they saw how effective that was. I remember just the other day, Senator Ledama Olekina came to Parliament and said he has been sent 300 shillings, one bob. And for the first time, a person who was hell-bent on saving governors who had been impeached was saying it is counties that impeach people. Here is Senate, we just come to help them. So what are we saying? That this other method is appearing to work more. I am coming from a constituency where my member of Parliament cannot now step foot in Dagoretti South, KJ, because of things he said in Parliament, and because every time he tries to come, he's getting messages on his phone.
Right.
So I'm telling Kenyans that yes, Article 37 is there, but I am deeply worried when I see that up to date, that site, you remember the following day it was closed down and it was burnt down. We are yet to know how many bodies were there. So I will not send any young person to the street today. I will tell them they are not prepared for your brain. So engage them with your brain, they will be surprised.
So the how of how that should happen, essentially, then I think is important for us to look at. What are we saying? That continue to use the mechanisms of your brain. What are we saying? Send messages to your member of parliament, to your MCA, to your governor. Send messages to your president. Or are we saying, let them know that we are watching and that what we expect you to do is to do your job and to do the right thing because they're holding you accountable? What is the nature of this? How?
Can you imagine Salasia waking up one day and saying he has received 39,000 shillings in the form of 1 shilling, 1 shilling, 1 shilling because of finance bill, and going and actually voting against finance bill? It tells you how effective some of these methods are. Because then it isolates the person that you target, and they know that they have an individual responsibility. Because the problem is, when they go to parliament, they become collective and they start thinking of parliament and saying, we are going to vote this particular way. But when someone knows there is eternal pressure coming from where he comes from, and there's a chance that he may not go home and have peace, that person now begins to think as an individual and begins to represent the wishes of his own people. And messages and emails is not the only way. Right. I'm only saying, if we sit down and engage our brains, there is a way in which this government will be like, wait, we were prepared with tear gas canisters. These guys have come with something different, and it is causing us confusion.
You believe it's a language they'll understand?
They are understanding. It's already proven that they are understanding it. It's already been proven that they are afraid of it. As late as Kawira Mwangaza's impeachment,
right?
It's already been proven that a senator will come and say, wait a minute, before I vote, I have received 300 shillings. 1 bob, 1 bob, 1 bob. Of people from Meru telling me, boss, this is not the direction you're going to go.
Indeed.
Yes.
A good place to end on this morning. Thank you very much, Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, for being here this morning. I think that these are very important insights that need to be out in the open, regardless. Governance is important. We talk about the sovereignty of nations, the sovereignty of people, I think also comes into play. Thank you for being in the hot seat this morning. Until we talk again, Asante Sana.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here. It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong.
Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The JSS Teachers and College Teachers Association in Bungoma County have asked parents not to send their students to school, insisting that its members will not be in school. At a press conference, Corporate Secretary General Bungoma Branch Augustine Lucatello said they will not relent until the demands are met, including hiring JSS teachers on permanent contract, among other demands.
So as the union, we are working with the national officials and we are ready to move to any stations, and what we are demanding for the police officers on Monday as we go on demonstrations to provide security to the teachers. Our last part of the payment, which was meant to be released by July last month, is what we are demanding now. Kindly, we shall not request as a union, but for now we are demanding for our right. Teachers, we are getting peanuts. We are in isolation, and today we are saying, parents, do not allow your children to go to school on Monday because the strike is in force from on that day.
Different reactions are being expressed over remarks made by Laikipia East MP Mwangi Kiunjuri asking Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to embrace peace and development, especially within the Kenya Kwanza government. The leaders led by John Njuguna described Kiunjuri's remarks as meaningless and urged Kiunjuri to respect the DP and to stop attacking Gachagua when he is on public platforms. This comes just a few days after Kiunjuri held a meeting with 300 representatives of the Agikuyu community in Eldoret.
Sisi tunaheshimu rais pamoja na naibu wake rais na viongozi wale wamechaguliwa, lakini mimi nataka kumwambia mjumbe wa Laikipia Kiunjuri pamoja na rafiki yako inaitwa Wainaina hapo Eldoret, mambo ya kuja hapa Eldoret kuja kudanganya watu wetu, na sisi tumekaa kwa amani. Waacha kucheza na naibu rais. Naibu rais amechaguliwa na Wakenya wote. Gachagua ni mambo yote. Ile kura lisukuma ikaingia kwa rais ni kura mingi sana. Apewe heshima kama naibu wa rais. Na vile vile rais, tunakupenda. Kaa na ndugu yako Rikiji, mfanye kazi pamoja. Hatutaki kusikia maneno hivi hivi. Sisi kwanza wanajeragani tumekataa. Ama mnagani?
A section of Azimio leaders led by Wiper Democratic Movement leader Kalonzo Musyoka have threatened to mobilize nationwide demonstrations if the government proceeds with a new university funding model. Speaking during their Meet the People tour in Nairobi, the leaders have also condemned Azimio members who joined the government, calling it a betrayal of Kenyans.
Tutasimama in the gap as opposition and compromised, pamoja na vijana wetu wa Gen Z na millennials na wale wazazi wao. Tuko tayari kuokoa nchi yetu. Wangapi mko tayari? Kwa hivyo tukiitisha maandamano tena mtatoka? Wangapi wako tayari kutoka kwa maandamano tena?
Pahali tuko sasa, mambo ni mawili. You are either together to rescue Zakayo or you come together to rescue Kenya.
The leaders declared Kalonzo Musyoka as the new opposition leader. Now, campaigns for Raila Odinga's bid for the chairmanship of the African Union Commission are firmly on course. Speaking during a meeting with foreign ministers from different African countries, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi announced that President William Ruto will officially launch Raila's AUC candidacy next Tuesday. According to Mudavadi, it will be all systems go and nothing will be left to chance to ensure Kenya clinches the seat.
President Ruto will be officially unveiling the candidacy of Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for the position of African Union Chair. That is very significant because he'll be announcing not just to the Kenyan people, but to the continent and to the international community at large that Kenya has officially endorsed the candidature of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Now, all road users are being asked to be careful even as students get back to school beginning today. This follows an incident that saw 5 family members lose their lives in a fatal road accident involving a trailer, a tractor and a saloon car in Murgus area along the Eldoret-Malaba Highway in Kakamega County. Police reports indicate that the driver of the trailer, who was speeding from Eldoret, hit the rear of the tractor before losing control and colliding with the oncoming saloon car, killing all the occupants on the spot.
Lori ilikuwa mwendo wa kasi sana na tinga ilikuwa inaenda pole. Sasa wakati tulifika tukaona nini mbaya, tukafura pena ni kitu ile pu. Kuangalia hivi kumbe ni lori imegonga tinga. Sasa tukafika hapo tukajiuliza nini kidogo, kuangalia hivi watu 5 wamekufa.
This is Newsweb Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done? I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Or should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to, she's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, what's happening on the roads this morning? It already started off to a rocking start as we saw some of that on the Thika Superhighway coming in hot and heavy. Let's see what that looks like now. A little bit of that has reduced, but it's going to continue in a bumper-to-bumper fashion as you get out into the city. Also, looking at some traffic, it started to build on Jogo Road a while ago, but still heavy as well. As you're coming in from Westlands, that's also starting to do the thing. James Gashiro packing up as you get over that Red Hill Link Road area. But again, we'll watch and see. We are past traffic hour right now, rather into traffic hour. Talk to us through it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed it is. Getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning, the 26th of August. Our audiences all around the world. Yes, this conversation taking place here in Kenya, but essentially touching on different parts of the globe every morning. Thank you for being here. Our live streams up all around on YouTube, Facebook, on X, and on TikTok. And our audiences on KTN. Happy Monday and Karibu Sana. Okay, we're getting into a conversation on the fifth schedule. Dissolution. Having not met things. We'll talk about that in a minute. But let me remind you about how you can get a quality university education anywhere in the world. Cradle is setting this up. And so you ask, who's Cradle? Well, coming in to make the connection between what you look for as a student and the best match for you in a different part of the world. So looking at universities coming in from the US, from Canada, from Greece, from Cyprus, from Grenada, or the UK, New Zealand, and coming together and saying, okay, all of these guys are on display. How can you get access to them? The Study Abroad World Fair is taking place on the 31st of August. That is this Saturday at the Gallant Mall in Parklands from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. So you can come in and do a plethora of things. Apply and get admission on the spot. Get a visa consultation so that you know what you're doing, as visa officers will be there. Also, apply for accommodation and you can get that sorted. You can also apply for scholarships to pay for school. So you can imagine it's a one-stop shop for all your university education needs. One place, one time. You get there by invite. How do you get the invite? You register. www.cradel.com. That's CRAYDEL.com. You can also call 0799 000 444. It's the World Study Abroad World Fair taking place this Saturday. You want to be there and get that locked in. All right. The conversation that we are having this morning is around the dissolution of Parliament. And you ask, what? Yes. The repeated refusal to enact the fifth schedule legislation. No stranger to the room is Marilyn Kamuru, who is a lawyer and feminist, and she's here in the hot seat this morning to deliver this hot thing. Good morning, Marilyn.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Karibu Sana.
Asante.
Things are boiling.
Are they?
Or they should be boiling
for such a long time.
They've been boiling for a while. Now, what you're doing is you're going to open the lid of the pot and let us know exactly what's happening and what should actually be done. But before you do that,
yes,
CT has today's proverb, and we're going to give you an assignment on a Monday morning. Listen to the proverb. Tell us what you think and how you would interpret it. Is that okay?
Okay.
Our proverbs for the coming weeks will be from countries of Africa that have a coastline, countries that border either the Indian Ocean or the Atlantic. Our proverbs for this week are from the Republic of Algeria. Actually, Algeria, it is the People's Republic. It's not just a republic. People's. Mm-hmm. The one whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire.
The one whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire.
Yes.
Okay. Wow, gosh. I mean, if you're going to be asking people these things, you need to give them coffee or something. Mine is still full. Mm-hmm. The one whose belly is full of straw. So I think that means that, if you are not, if you're not at risk, because the fire would consume straw. So if my belly is not full of straw, then I actually, that's a very, very good one for this conversation. My belly is not full of straw. I'm not afraid of fire because the fire would not consume me, right? The straw is something that's flammable, right? So I think that is about the types of people that can actually generate particular conflicts, right? Or difficult conversations, let's even put it that way. That there are people the ones whose bellies are full of straw are not going to be having difficult conversations. Yes, hence Parliament. Their bellies are full of straw.
Okay, then.
Yes.
Well, okay. Makes sense. And jumping right into it, right? We're looking at the possible dissolution of Parliament on the back of refusal to implement the fifth schedule. Let's just now start to break that down a little bit, and let's just give an overview. The fifth schedule is large. It is wide.
Yes.
It is various in nature. And maybe just give us an overview of what it means, what it is, and why are we looking at the importance of its implementation at this point?
Well, we're overdue looking at its implementation. We're 14 years tomorrow, right? Since promulgation of the Constitution. So the fifth schedule is basically a list of bills that Parliament was required to enact to bring the Constitution into force. And all of these bills had various timelines, but they were required in total to have enacted all of this by the fifth year. So by 2015, Parliament had a provision for a one-year extension to 2016, in which they could do in certain cases. So we're now talking about this, what's that, 9 years later? So Parliament is 9 years overdue. And I would argue 9 years overdue for dissolution. Yeah.
Okay. 9 years overdue to implement what exactly?
So remember that the 2010 Constitution changed our entire mode of governance. That's the whole the people may, right? And it's often the people may and constitutional officers shall. Right? So it's really important to understand 2010 changed the entire mode of governance. I love that CT was telling us that Algeria is the People's Republic. In many ways, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is about placing the people above. So the source of sovereign power are the people. It is not the state, it is the people. So in order to change this mode of governance, we needed to change both our laws, but also our ways of working. And the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was very cognizant of the resistance of a certain clique of the political elite to its implementation. And so what it did is it created a mechanism where should Parliament fail to enact legislation to bring the Constitution into effect, Parliament can be dissolved. In effect, saying that the people remain superior to Parliament at all times. Should Parliament fail to do what it is required to do, Parliament can be dissolved. Yes.
Okay. So I would maybe a few examples of some of the things that were expected to have been implemented by this place and this time that we sit that have not, that perhaps have some kind of detrimental effect on legislation.
So obviously the 2/3 gender rule, right? But also, and that is actually for promotion of the representation of marginalized groups, right? So the way the fifth schedule is it's actually based on the chapters in the Constitution. So there's various bits of legislation. So I know we've talked a lot about recall, for instance, and recall, a law on recall was one of the requirements in the fifth schedule. Again, because the Constitution was saying we need this mechanism to work, and it doesn't work if the provisions that we've put in place for accountability aren't there. So there's recall, ethics and anti-corruption, legislation on elections, electoral disputes, IEBC. So a lot of this legislation has been enacted. It's not to say it hasn't all been enacted. But Parliament has been, shall we say, actually, I don't think I even need to look for a nice word at all. Parliament has decided that they are going to create an extra constitutional and an unconstitutional mechanism where they are exempting themselves from provisions of the Constitution of Kenya, which is illegal. Right? I think the challenge with this conversation is people always say, well, if this was really true, somebody would have done something.
By now.
Right? And I think the challenge is that, I keep saying it's an imagination problem. We really have a difficult time imagining that our government is as hell-bent on illegality as it is.
Okay. It's very interesting. I'd want to take you back to the 21st of September 2020. I think that was the closest that we came to dissolving Parliament. It came right from the mouth of the Chief Justice then,
Yes.
David Maraga.
Yep.
But before we talk about that, the women rep position, for example, in Parliament is an affirmative position.
Affirmative action position, yes.
So, in your view, if at all it didn't exist, do you think it would have pushed the members of Parliament into implementing this, the 2/3 gender rule? Because part of the reason is it sort of balanced off the number of representatives in Parliament. By that, we have so many women, 47, without the ones who've been elected to sit in Parliament. Do you think if we didn't have the 47 elected women in Parliament as representatives, they would have had that urge to, for example, implement this? Could it be one of the reasons? Because they could be reasoning, because you said it's a problem of imagination. Do you think they would have reasoned that we're still falling behind in terms of the number of women who are sitting in Parliament? Would it have helped in a way?
So I think you misunderstand the 2/3 gender rule. The 2/3 gender rule is not about an at least number of women. The 2/3 gender rule is actually a provision that restricts the dominance of either gender. And 2/3 is actually a theme we see in our constitution. You require 2/3 majority to overrule things. You require 2/3 majority for a constitutional amendment. So 2/3 is about dominance. It also comes from the very same place as our what do we call it? Our counties, right? Because what this was about decentralizing power and not concentrating power, either in the executive or in a central government or in the hands of a minority majority, which were men, right? Because that was what happened. So I don't like to... I don't think it makes sense to engage on the women rep position and the 2/3, because what the 2/3 was meant to do was make sure that you never had any one group in such a supermajority position that they never needed to deal with a minority, right? So it's really not about at least number of women. It's, have we created a system where there's a level of checks and balances within the system that can restrain it from going overboard in whichever direction?
Actually, I think you understood my question and I didn't misunderstand the 2/3 gender rule. I think the explanation is totally correct. Your explanation is totally correct. But my question is this. The members of Parliament, because we have a difficulty with members of Parliament, that is where the problem is.
No, we don't.
Why is it that it's been impossible then to pass this legislation?
You know, that's a very interesting question, Ken, because you would never say, why is it impossible for Parliament to vote to approve cabinet secretaries? It's their job. It's not impossible. They just refuse to do it. Right? So it's not impossible.
That is my question. Why have they refused to do it?
Do you know why they've refused to do it?
Tell me.
They've refused to do it because there have been no consequences to Parliament's illegality. If there was a consequence to Parliament's illegality, they would have done it. And the consequence to illegality, the only consequence in the Constitution is dissolution.
Now take us back to where I started. David Maraga writing to the president asking for Parliament to be dissolved on that account. It didn't happen. For me, that was the closest this would have happened.
Okay, so when Chief Justice Maraga wrote in 2020, he had already been under an obligation to write since 2017 because Article 261(7) that we're talking about does not require the Chief Justice to be petitioned by anyone to dissolve Parliament. I don't need to write, you don't need to write, nobody needs to write. In fact, the reason 261 exists is because the Chief Justice independently is under an Article 3 obligation to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution of Kenya. So when Maraga in 2017 did not write to dissolve, I was among some people who petitioned him in 2017, right? 2020, these petitions started in 2018. So 2018, people petitioned. 2019, people petitioned. 2019, he dissolved parliament, right? Or
he
advised the president to dissolve parliament. And actually, I'll tell you what happened then is Maraga, check, constitutional obligation delayed, but check. The failure was the president did not dissolve parliament. That was an unconstitutional act. And our constitution actually provides that an omission can constitute a violation of the law. So it's not just an act, right? So the president unconstitutionally failed to dissolve parliament.
One must ask, though, and I think I'm going to stick on to what Ken is asking here, is that the why must be looked at and dealt with. Because you know what? Dissolve parliament and almost 400 people go home, right? Now, go back, fresh election, bring people back. There is no guarantee or surety that these individuals who come in will implement what is required by law, by legislation. So I think it is necessary to look at the overarching, in this case it might be underwater reason as to why this thing is being done. Because there's an understanding across board of what your job is. Nobody can tell me that these individuals don't know what they're supposed to do. I'm sorry. Maybe for dealing with kindergarten going children. And maybe even at that, kindergarten children understand rote. They know they must count from 1 to 10, we move. We get it. So there must be a reason why this has never happened. And if we don't look at that, I think we're going to continue doing this merry-go-round, horse and pony show dance.
So
over
let me
and
tell
over
you
again.
something.
What is the reason
court,
why this doesn't happen?
So let's say I was a rape victim, okay? When I go to court, I have no interest in the rapist's rationale for why. It does not fucking matter.
Language?
Okay.
Okay.
There is no reason that a why, when there is a law, becomes the basis for which we're engaging. And I'll tell you why. If we were talking about this in 2013, that would be valid. Do you know why? The 2012 advisory opinion from the Supreme Court said, Parliament, you have until 2015 to enact this legislation. Okay? So if we're talking about this in 2013, absolutely, let's talk about why. Absolutely. I'm telling you 9 years later. And that's why I'm saying there's a failure of the imagination. Because when you're asking me, if for 9 years, a body that is required to enact legislation doesn't do what it's supposed to do, we should ask why. No, we shouldn't. We should implement the mechanisms in our constitution that hold that body accountable.
Who's to implement them?
So the Chief Justice in this case, and the Maraga decision, as Ken has pointed out, was in 2020. So it related to the 12th Parliament. And why this, the Chief Justice was quite clear, and I think he was correct in stating that it is, Parliament is a perpetual institution. However, the advisory is only if Parliament has not enacted legislation, right? So from 2020 to now, if Parliament again has not enacted legislation, what Parliament is basically saying is mtadu. Okay. So when someone tells you mtadu, do you ask yourself, what is the why of the mtadu?
So this is the thing. So when you look at something like this, and it's an action that doesn't happen, and it recurs, this inaction recurs over and over. Remember that this has gone over terms, right?
Yes.
This is, like you said, 12th Parliament, 11th Parliament.
11th, yeah.
Some
12th,
cases,
13th.
Some cases, totally different individuals. 12th Parliament, totally different individuals.
Yep.
13th Parliament, totally different individuals.
Yeah.
My question is, what is to guarantee that if you dissolve Parliament and all of these individuals go home and you bring in a fresh set of individuals, or even maybe the same ones, what is to guarantee that these things that we are looking at will actually be implemented? Because that's what we want. At the end of the day, the goal is to do what the supreme law says.
Yeah, and so that's why people like me do what we do, right? I don't do this for fun. I should be able to do other things. And I think part of why I find the framing of your questioning problematic is because what it does is it normalizes illegality. Okay? It puts me, a citizen, in this position where I must keep explaining to the people who are the bearers, duty bearers, to people who take an oath, you need to do your job.
No, and what it is saying that if there is a reason why this thing is not happening, it is just as important as saying get rid of it, but it is just as important for you to find out, is there a problem here? Is Kenya still heavily, if we're looking at the 2/3 gender rule, is Kenya still heavily patriarchal? Does Kenya still believe, because whether we like it or not, the people who are put in positions of parliament are voted in, right? Are we saying, what is the underlying reason here? Is that in the minds of people, do they still feel that maybe we don't want to put women here?
So feelings aren't part of the Constitution.
No, allow me to finish my question. We are saying that the reason why people are in parliament is because people put them there by nature of the vote. So if we are saying that the 2/3 gender rule has not been met, what is the reason behind it and how can we deal with it?
But you know, we're getting back to the same place, and I'm telling you, our challenge is we have very different framings, okay? And I'm not saying that as a way to sidestep your question, but to explain why I don't think your question is actually a valid one. So if I go to court and somebody tells me that, hey, Marilyn, you broke the law, what the judge might ask me is, okay, yes, let's assess whether you did break the law. Let's evaluate that, right? So there's a determination of fact.
Right.
Okay? And once the determination of fact is made, then the judge might say, you know what? Give me your exculpatory reasons. Explain to me. Might. Does not have to. Might say, give me your reasons for doing this. Okay? So what did we do? We went to court and we asked for a determination of fact that the Constitution actually says what we think it says. Like, did we read it wrong? You know, did we make a mistake? And we went for a determination of fact. And that's what the High Court decision was in 2015. And I remember because I actually remember going to people and saying, wait a second, guys, we're almost at the end of the Constitution. I don't know if anyone remembers. You know, we had a commission on the implementation of the Constitution. We had a body that was supposed to oversee legislation, right? So we're almost at the end of their term. And I remember talking to people and saying, guys, this doesn't seem right. You know, we're going to 2015. There's no legislation. There's a Supreme Court advisory. I talked to Martha Karua. I talked to Judy Thongori. And Judy said, you know what? I think you're right. And we sat down with Elisha Ongoya at Intercontinental's lobby, and we looked through the Constitution, and that was the first case on the dissolution of Parliament. Because actually it's a domino, right? That case was in 2015, right? So that was the determination of fact of Parliament, this is what you're supposed to do. If you were in doubt, this is what you're supposed to do. After that, there was a case in 2017. And oh, by the way, there was an order. Within 40 days, you need to enact this legislation. You need to introduce. It wasn't an act, it was introduce. What did Parliament do? Parliament said, you know what? We know this game. We're not going to renew the term of the Commission on the Implementation of the Constitution, which means there's no oversight mechanism to make sure we do what we're supposed to do. So Parliament gets rid of CIC. Does introduce a bill, does not pass the bill. 2017, we're back in court. So again, courts have determined the fact of what Parliament is supposed to do. Beyond that, the Constitution gives no discretion to the court to ask why. And I'll tell you why. In 261, the language is not introduce a bill, it is enact legislation. Because what the court envisions and what the Constitution envisions is between this entire time, Parliament should have been explaining, this is our difficulty. Gone to the Office of the Attorney General. They should have been explaining why this is not possible.
Okay, we're going to go to a break, but let me ask you one question. In a very simple form, does dissolution solve the problem, which you've clearly explained? There's a problem. Does dissolution of Parliament then solve the problem?
Yes.
How?
Because I am a firm believer in the Constitution. It is the only constitutional remedy provided. Do you know, by the way, that the Ruto administration was very clear that they were subject to dissolution? One of their political promises was they were going to enact this law within, I think, initially was 90 days, and I think after that they said a year. So they knew the risk. So this isn't something that we're talking about that is far-fetched and and archaic. And oh, by the way, I do think we're going to dissolve Parliament. We're just going to dissolve it when the political elite decide it is convenient for them.
It's 29 minutes to 9 o'clock. Let's take a break on this point. We're looking at the fifth schedule and implementation of parts of the Constitution. At least by now, we're going to come back and continue with that in a short bit. Let's take a look at traffic and weather. Be back.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You know that feeling where there's like a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to... But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again. And it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
Hi everyone, you may have heard about the Cradle Study Abroad Fair happening this month on August 31st. Can you tell us what students can expect?
UE is a state-accredited university based in Germany with a campus in Dubai. We offer state-accredited and cutting-edge programs in business, technology, media, psychology and sports. And you are looking to interact with our curriculum, being that it is project-based, heavy on practice, and you'll be looking to interact with lots of industry leaders in Germany and Dubai. And as a bachelor student, you're also looking to complete a mandatory 6-month internship.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the Cradle World Fair at the Galana Mall Parklands on August 31st. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 13 degrees. We'll see highs of 21 and we'll see highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy Nakuru. It's 14 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 21 and highs of 22 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret. Looking into Mombasa at 25, sunny, highs of 30 and highs of 30 in Malindi, where it's partly sunny at 26, 22 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 29 and we'll see highs of 27 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 20, 19 and cloudy in Kampala with highs of 28, while we'll see highs of 29 in a partly sunny Dar es Salaam at 23. It is 15 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25 and 25 and sunny in Mogadishu, going to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 20 in a mostly cloudy Addis Ababa at 13. We're looking into a rainy Lagos at 23 with highs of 28, and at 21 Kinshasa is cloudy, going to highs of 32 and lows of 21.
Spice up your life.
All right, taking a quick look at where we are this morning. Traffic still continues. Coming in heavy on the Thika Superhighway. It looks like it's going to be that way for a while. Also busy coming out of Westlands. We started to see that James Gishiro thing doing its thing. And Jogo Road also then going towards Landis is quite busy. Landis then spilling over towards Haile Selassie at that Kamkunji junction. We'll continue. The Southern Bypass, a quick look at that and we're fine. And then coming off of the Eastern Bypass, touching on North Airport Road, that loop coming in from North Airport Road is actually quite busy now. And as you get towards the Cabanas interchange, you'll be stuck for a while, but not forever. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag TheSituationRoom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
24 minutes to 9 a.m. and our conversation continues this hour as we look at, all right, the implementation of the fifth schedule. A number of things having not been implemented were in 2024. CT, question, go.
You know, the question that comes to mind is, if Parliament didn't do what they were supposed to do, or if the President didn't do what he was supposed to do, are there any consequences if the President does not? Or if the President disregards what is known, what is clear to be a clear legal pathway?
Constitutionally, which makes sense, the Constitution doesn't envision the president or indeed the Chief Justice failing to do their job. But we have other mechanisms, right? I mean, I've been hearing people talk about recall. Good luck with recall. They haven't constituted IEBC. That's on purpose. So you're not going to be able to do that. There's impeachment. You're going to have an unconstitutional parliament that's subject to dissolution. Impeach a president who's just prevented them from being dissolved? No, you're not. So we're going to continue in this place. We're not accidentally in a legitimacy crisis. It's not an accident. Illegality is part of illegitimacy. I've made this argument so many times, it's to me actually rather boring. And that's why I find the framing of this very problematic, that illegal institutions exist to commit illegality. If you were interested in upholding and maintaining constitutional order, then you wouldn't have a need for illegal institutions. If, however, you need some flexibility to do some illegal things, then you definitely want some people who understand that, there are benefits to illegality. So this legitimacy crisis will continue, and it is going to be buttressed by the illegality, and it's not going to get smaller. I think one of the challenges for the courts has been constantly saying, oh my God, this is so big. Oh my God, can we actually dissolve parliament? Well, it was the same question we had about, could you ever nullify a presidential election? And the world didn't end, and we survived that, right? So I think creating sort of these monsters in the dark, when we already have a parliament that actually has demonstrated how little they are accountable to the people, is just going to postpone the inevitable. And as I said, I'm convinced we'll have dissolution.
But don't you see then, the why question that both Ndu and Ken were asking now becomes relevant. You see, if you are looking at this particular discussion, you're looking at the broad strokes of it, yes, the why question may seem mundane. But in my mind, it gets the heart of the matter, and for a very simple reason. Let's start with the commission that was set to implement the Constitution. Okay. There was yet another one that was supposed to usher in the county governments. One would have assumed that these two would have been with us for at least 10 years. Because by then we would have had an idea of where we are going. Now the why question answers that. Those who are in parliament and who were able to do something about it knew what this could do.
Yep.
And it appears like it didn't work in their favor.
Yes.
And since they had the power, they made sure there was a stillbirth. It never really went anywhere. It didn't even take off.
Yeah.
So everything we're discussing arises from some of these things that could have been resolved because those who formulated the Constitution had foreseen there was a need for this.
Yeah.
But those who we entrusted with the power to ensure that we actually got a good deal, the why, they understood clearly that this wasn't going to be a good deal for them.
Right. And that is, I think, a constitutional design flaw. All those commissions should have ceased to exist the moment that they could confirm that all the mechanisms to bring the Constitution existed. Yes. But, I have answered your why question, just not in the way you guys wanted me to answer it. The why...
How did I want you to answer it?
No, that's what I'm saying.
I can make it better for you, the why question. Can I try?
Okay, let's go ahead.
Let me try.
I think you're asking me why because you're finding that it rattles me, but let's go ahead.
Not really.
I find it extremely frustrating as a question.
Because the question then, the most basic question in this would then be, how do you justify in your petition when you call for dissolution? I think the why is right there. How does your petition justify when you go before court?
Okay, so, and this is a huge, I'm going a little broader than your why question. There is no court case, right? The dissolution advisory does not envision the courts reviewing it because dissolution only comes after there have been court orders to enact the legislation and Parliament has refused, right? So for me, what I'm telling you about the why Parliament hasn't done this is because Parliament understands from their illegality, they are able to continue to do other illegal things. Finance bill, illegally review and appoint, approve cabinet secretaries, right? So Parliament understands there's an enormous amount of power from being unconstitutional.
Okay, let's play.
There's the why.
Go, Ken.
The other thing is this. There are instances in Parliament that the 2/3 applies religiously. There are things that cannot go through Parliament without garnering the 2/3. It applies religiously. Would you think that the fact that other things are happening without needing a legislation, a substantive legislation that stands in place for the same, they don't just care about it?
You know, Ken, there's lots of things Parliament doesn't care about. There's lots of things you don't care about, I don't care about. But Parliament is required by the Constitution to do this. So it's irrelevant whether they care about it. It's irrelevant whether they think it's important. It's irrelevant.
They need to comply.
They need to comply.
Okay.
So it's either we live in a constitutional order or we don't. And I think when we allow all these various, and this is also, to be very honest, why Parliament is emboldened not to comply. It's these kinds of questions, because these questions don't start from the position of why is the law not being followed. It starts from, oh, guys, you must have a really good reason for not following the law. That's not a benefit I'm given when I go to court.
I don't think
that has been our point.
And I think we need to track back here.
Yeah, that's not our point.
It is not that you must have a very good reason as to why you're not doing it.
It is.
A reason that is being given can be ridiculous, but it is still a reason all the same. Now, what I'm trying to say is, how do you prevent it from happening in the future? If you were, let's take a step into time travel today. Okay? Parliament is dissolved. Okay?
Yep.
In a short period of time, you bring in new. So what are we saying? Follow the law. You don't follow the law, get out.
By the way, do you know that's exactly how 261 is written? So 261 envisions you can dissolve Parliament as many times as is required to get them to comply. So I know it sounds, and again, these things only sound outrageous because they've not been done. The moment we do it, it's going to just be another thing we've done, right? It's not a big deal. It's like impeaching a governor. People were like, you could never impeach a governor. And then governors were impeached, and some of them, more times than others, whatever. So the thing with dissolution is it's not that radical a remedy. It is basically an attempt of the Constitution to slap Parliament's wrist and say, if you are not going to hold yourself compliant, this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep getting rid of you. And maybe at some point Parliament then will find the wherewithal to have a reason to enact the legislation. Actually, maybe, to use the reason language, 261 dissolution is a reason for Parliament to enact legislation.
Okay.
Yeah.
You scare them so much that they need to enact a legislation, because if you don't, you will be dissolved.
You will be dissolved.
Yeah, but then that raises another why question. Why must we scare them?
Because they're incompetent fools.
Yes, because they don't work.
Exactly.
They don't do it.
I mean,
All
we
right,
shouldn't have
I'm going to continue the why. Why do we elect these incompetent people? Why do we allow them to continue being in place?
Hey, that's another guest, Aki City.
Yes, exactly. Do you know the reason why I am going on with the why?
Yes.
It's for a very simple reason. In the absence of the why, you wouldn't have laid the emphasis that you've laid, and you would not have explained what you have explained. Something which gets your goat, because you've explained this thing so many times, you wonder why on God's good earth don't these people get this thing that I'm saying, and yet it is so simple. Yes. To those whom you've explained before, please get irritated. There are many who have never heard that explanation or that understanding, and they need to understand it, and they need to hear it.
Senator Okiom Tata is actually on the line, and he has a word or two that just a few minutes that we want to that he would like to share this morning. So let's hear from him. Senator, good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
Very well. How are you doing? We're having a conversation.
I'm fine.
We're having a conversation about where we are concerning the fifth schedule and, of course, and its implementation, or in this case, lack of implementation, and to hear from you in terms of what your thoughts are around that.
Yes, thank you I've been following the conversation, and as usual, it's a conversation that unfortunately got us into a hole when former AG Gideon Muigai were in an advisory opinion to the court, or seeking an advisory opinion from the Supreme Court, asked the question, when will the gender rule, whether the gender rule will be applicable to the 2013 elections or later. Mm-hmm. And so the word gender rule then finds itself in our jurisprudence. The Constitution does not have the damn word, the damn expression gender rule. So when people go on talking about what doesn't exist, I don't know. As regards the composition of Parliament, there was an attempt to have gender parity in both the national and the county assemblies. Along the way, during the review process, it was retained for the county assemblies and taken out for the National Assembly, for the National Parliament. So, in essence, I don't see even why these courts that are pronouncing themselves stand when they say that the composition of Parliament is unconstitutional. When you look at Article 2, Clause 3, I don't have my Constitution, but I think it's Article 2, Clause 3, it's very clear that no provision of the Constitution can be challenged. Number two, during the review process, the people took it out. The only way we can proceed, for me, is by taking it back as a political question to the people themselves. Let the people decide. But to say that the way Parliament is constituted is unconstitutional is arrant nonsense. Whether it comes from the Supreme Court or whether it comes from a sweeper in the High Court or in the lower court.
Senator, where the discussion is this morning is that there's
and I think the question you have asked, what is the end game?
Right.
We have got a first past the post-electoral system.
That's not where we are.
And across the world, it produces more men than women. Look at the US, look at Japan, look at Britain, look at wherever you want to look. Now, the reason she's refusing to answer the question you are asking her is because she knows she's acting in futility. And the courts cannot act in futility. If you want to get gender parity, and even me, I believe it should be 50-50, then we change the electoral system. We go the proportional way, and that requires a major amendment to the Constitution. So we cannot come here and think that we can use the court to reintroduce what the people rejected. The courts are creatures of the Constitution. They are not the makers of the Constitution.
So are we saying, Senator?
So they cannot introduce phrases like gender rule. Gender rule, what rule? A rule is something that you must obey. The word the Constitution uses is a gender principle, something you aspire to.
So what I'm hearing you saying, Senator, here, and I'm just to wrap up this in about a minute, is that if we are actually going what we are looking for in terms of implementation, then you have to go back to the original foundation and tinker with that a little bit in order for this principle or any other issues that need implementation then to actually be achieved?
No, this particular one doesn't need any implementation. It says that you develop this. You see, like right now, Machakos has got a senator who is a woman. He has a governor who is a woman. The same in Nakuru and many other places. They have not done this gender thing they are talking about. What we need is to create an environment where people can compete freely.
That's not what we're discussing, Senator. Senator, we're talking about. We're talking about the failure by Parliament to legislate on the fifth schedule, and the fact that
Parliament has not. There's nothing that Parliament has failed to legislate in terms of gender. There's nothing that Parliament has failed.
Well, the courts disagree with you there.
There's no requirement that Parliament should reconstitute itself.
No, we're not talking. I think, Senator, you're confusing two issues. You're confusing the composition of Parliament, which it's true does not meet 27(8) and 81(b), which do require that not more than 2/3 of either the members of either body are of one gender, and the failure to enact legislation.
The fact that it is in the Constitution.
We're not talking about that.
No article of the Constitution can defeat another. The fact that it's in the Constitution the way it is, that's how it's going to be.
But that's not what we're talking about. You're confusing the matter. We're talking about dissolution and the dissolution advisory.
Why you are dissolving Parliament for what reason? Parliament is not unconstitutional. And there's no requirement or need to change the composition of Parliament.
So the thing is here, and I think Ken wants to come in. So the thing is here, and Ken wants to come in.
The fifth schedule does not.
But here we are saying...
The fifth schedule does not require Parliament to make any law to change its composition.
That's not what we're talking about,
Senator. The point is here, Senator. Ken, please go.
Yeah, Senator. The elephant in the room is this. There's a need for an enactment of a legislation that support this principle. Yeah. Parliament has failed to enact that supports this principle, not on its composition. So the question is, having failed to come up with a legislation that supports this principle, why don't we do away with Parliament on that account? I think that's the
How do you legislate a principle? The question is, how do you legislate a principle?
The courts have already pronounced themselves on that.
The question is, you cannot legislate. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that those courts made a wrong pronouncement. You cannot legislate a principle.
Okay, but Senator, respectfully, you can't overrule the courts either.
Okay. He'll go back to court.
Yeah, he can go back to court. Go back to court. Yes, agreed.
Go back to court.
The thing is this.
Yes.
The thing is this.
Yes, Senator. Okay.
You are stretching 261 to override 203. No, 2 clause 3.
All right.
And that cannot be allowed.
Thank you very much for your insights on that.
There is no gender rule in the Constitution.
Thank you.
Asante Sana, Senator.
There is no gender rule in the Constitution. It's a gender principle, and you cannot legislate a principle, period.
Asante Sana, thank you very much for your thoughts on that, Senator Asante. Senator Okiya Mtata has been with us. So, Marilyn, even as we come to this, Ken, I know you wanted to clarify a few points there as we come, towards rounding this out.
Actually, I think it's come out clear because we have been using 261, which is the consequential legislation. We have been using it basically to explain this. But I think she has a point at the end of the day. There's a failure here, and that failure needs to be addressed. And that's the elephant in the room. And I think that's where you're proceeding from. Yeah. And it doesn't need to go to court. For me, a lot of these things are good manners. If they don't happen automatically, then what happens? There must be checks and balances. And as we said, there are always checks and balances that are introduced in the Constitution, and even the legislations that come out of Parliament that just check some of these things that happen. But at the end of the day, we know how superior the Constitution is. And at the end of the day, we have to make reference back to the Constitution. So, catch-22 for me. But at the end of the day, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. So what is the recourse? What should happen? And that's where she is. Yeah.
There are two words that Marilyn has used. Legitimacy and illegality. I don't like this word that Kenyans use, bad manners. These aren't bad manners. That's euphemizing this thing. Because when somebody says someone has displayed bad manners, it's not criminal. What our parliamentarians do is criminal.
Yeah.
See? And you can't euphemize it by saying it is bad manners. And because they have already committed this wrong as a body, I don't think there is any other reason we need to look for.
Exactly.
They've checked themselves.
Do you think now, as we look at things going forward, that the president will actually say, because it rests with him, he can be advised by the Chief Justice, whether or not he decides to do it really is under his purview. Do you think that he will, if recommended by the Chief Justice or any other body for that matter, from what we see today with different calls about capture of Parliament, beholden to the executive, that this could actually happen in the foreseeable future?
I think one, we have to be very careful about how we frame constitutional questions. So there's no legal basis for the president not to dissolve upon issuance of an advisory. That's exactly why I was saying Uhuru Kenyatta unconstitutionally failed to dissolve parliament, right? And I think it's again that back to that bad manners thing. There's no choice. When you're constitutionally required to do a thing, that's the shall versus may, which I've been very excited to hear Kenyans understanding. You know, the president shall dissolve parliament means that there's no discretion. So if the president does not dissolve, then the president is in violation of the Constitution. We continue with our illegitimacy and illegality crisis. And the truth of the matter is that we will, they keep calling us the anarchists, right? The people who are asking for accountability. When actually what we're seeing with this continued illegality over 14 years is that the architects of anarchy are Parliament and the executive. And they're now co-opting the judiciary, because to the extent that the Chief Justice does not issue an advisory independently right now, then she continues to be in violation of the Constitution as well. So the illegality and illegitimacy crisis cannot be resolved by illegal institutions.
So when Kenya continues to live, operate, be sustained in a position of illegality constitutionally, what does that mean?
It means that you end up with a situation that we have now, with protests, with bills being enacted where people have consistently provided evidence that they do not want certain bills enacted, with bills that are coming in that are undermining food sovereignty, our rights, including, demonstration, the right to demonstrate, rights that have been hard won. And as I told you guys, illegal institutions exist to commit illegality.
Or perpetuate it.
To perpetuate them, yes. So we're not going to get this illegal institution to do legal things. They're not going to represent us the way we want to be represented, which is what we've seen. Yeah.
And of course, the insistence on such then beats living on a hope and a prayer that somebody one day will wake up and say, well, let's do something about this. But to keep the conversations alive, I think at this point then is what is extremely important.
Well, that's why I keep saying, so let's dissolve. And the thing with dissolution is we really are at a place where we need something that will shake up this establishment, because they really don't care, and they have to be forced to care.
Conversations must continue. Marilyn Kimaro, thank you for being here this morning to to open up these conversations and to see the reasons why they are had. Good morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
It's now 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Improper use of the internet has allegedly led to the increase in early pregnancies among students in Kakamega County. Speaking during a sensitization campaign on the impact of early pregnancy in Kakamega, Janet Barasa, the wife of Kakamega Governor Fernandez Barasa, revealed that internet use has exposed the students to inappropriate content.
Teenagers learn many things from social media, and they want to experiment what they have learned. They watch many videos, they watch many movies, and they want to experiment what they have seen. And therefore, for me, social media is a key thing influencing girls or to get pregnant early. And for me, we have to guide the teenagers as parents, as educators, as government. We have to guide them on what they're supposed to do as teenagers. Of course, you will see many things, you will view many things, but then you have to choose what you want to do.
Gender Officer Busia County Mary Bakoa said the inaction of parents and not addressing issues affecting girls has greatly contributed to the problem.
Watoto wengi wakipata mimba wazazi wanawatoa, ama yule aliwapachika mimba anawatoa. So visa vingi haviripotiwi, havifiki mahali popote. Na hata tumekuwa na visa ambapo mtoto anapata mimba na yule mtoto anauawa. Mimba za Busia zinachangiwa na mambo mengi. Kwanza nataka kusema zinachangiwa na kuzembea kwa wazazi. Wazazi wengi hawaketishi watoto chini. Wazazi wengi hawaongei na watoto wao. Wazazi wengi wamewacha watoto wajilee wenyewe.
And a section of youth in Homa Bay County have initiated a sensitization program aimed at combating teenage pregnancies by holding peer-to-peer talks. This initiative seeks to empower young girls with knowledge on how to avoid falling victims to early pregnancies.
Katika jamii changamoto napata ni dhuluma ya kijinsia. Saa zingine unaweza pata kwa jamii yako watu wanaamini sana masomo ya wanaume. Sasa hakuna mwenye anaweza kukupa ile support unahitaji.
Our main theme is how do we prevent our children from child abuse, because in Homa Bay child abuse is very high. We have what is called a child pregnancy.
As youths, we're coming here to talk to these girls, not just because we have gone to school, but also because they are going to listen to us at the grassroots level and also as age mates, so that they can understand better importance for education, economic empowerment, and also the negative challenges that they are going to undergo when they have this teenage pregnancy at a younger age.
Now, women suffering from obstetric fistula in Kilifi County and the larger North Coast region can now breathe a sigh of relief following the launch of a 6-bed hospital in Malindi town. The hospital will offer free services. However, lack of adequately equipped facilities and specialists continue to be a challenge for over 3,000 women affected by fistula across the country.
We don't have any fistula surgeon within the coastal region. So we thought we should be able to do something, not only to support the women with fistula, but to look at all those with childbirth injuries.
Because these are women who are rejected by the community. Most of the people who stay with them, they'll say, oh, every so often you are stinking of urine, you are stinking of stool. And so they live a life like an outcast. So these are the women we have been attending to, and this kind of treatment we have been offering it for free.
Last year peke yake ile iliripotiwa wamama karibu 3,000 walipata shida ya hii fistula. Hapa Kenya ile mahospitali ambaye inapatiana matibabu ya fistula katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ni 11.
Saboti Member of Parliament Kalabamisi is now proposing that the Ministry of Education be placed under the supervision of the President's office in order to deal with the upheavals affecting the education sector in the country. During a meeting with journalist Inma Tisi, Amisi said that the Ministry of Education has been facing many challenges, thus affecting the dreams of students in the country.
And the capitation has proven either it is delaying, it is not working, or it is not enough. Now the schools are opening, and it is now when we heard that capitation has been sent to school. It is not even enough. Inatumwa kama njugu. They must streamline education system in Azorota. We are saying the President, Ministry of Education must be your priority. In fact, William Ruto must put Ministry of Education under office of the President, because that is the only way he will be in charge and he will take responsibility. Otherwise, the Ministry of Education, it is going to go down. The future of our children is not guaranteed in the current education fracas and the fiascos we have.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, what's happening on the streets this morning? Heavy traffic everywhere, Monday, and it actually coming towards the end of the month. So that means, yes, we know that there'll be heightened levels of traffic everywhere you go. It started early on the Thika Superhighway, and for what we can see now, it's actually getting much better. Just around Survey, heading in towards the CBD on Uhuru Highway will be busy. In and outbound traffic continues for a while. The Southern Bypass, there's your escape route. Don't say I didn't tell you. There's an option to get out of the city and then back in real quick. All right. Also coming off of James Gishuru, we see that traffic then touching on the Red Hill Link Road, and then from the Northern Bypass, not too much happening there, but it looks like it's going to continue into a busy Monday. Let's keep an eye on things. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, coming into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, and you've been tuned in through from the beginning. And as we continue into a conversation, one that is grabbing the headlines and also grabbing the minds of very many people across the country today, it's not lost on us that schools open today and into tomorrow, and exactly what is happening with that. Speaking of an education, what are you doing for your education in terms of a university education and for those who want to go abroad? And you keep asking yourself the questions, okay, so do I need to pay a fee somewhere at some agency? Is somebody going to sort me out? What exactly is going to happen with that? There have been so many scams online. I pay some money and I end up never actually getting anywhere, and nobody really helps me out. There's an organization called Cradle. Now, what Cradle does is that they've understood that certain things need to happen. There needs to be variety in terms of university education selection. There needs to be transparency. There needs to be a fast speed of service. You need to be able to say, look, this is what I want to study. This is where I want to go. This is what I want to do. Options here. You can make a decision. There also needs to be the most efficient application service so that everything you do gives you a guaranteed result in the shortest period of time, as well as scientific career guidance where somebody's actually telling you, look, this is what you want to do. This is the way you should go, and working with you at every step of the way. These are the things that Cradle does, and it's all coming together in the Study Abroad World Fair that takes place on the 31st of August. So Cradle, that is linked with making sure that they can match students to their desired courses, and even after that to the desired career, is putting up this fair on the 31st of August from 11 to 4 p.m. And you register on www.cradle.com, where you can get access to scholarships, you can get access to on-the-spot admission, and as well as your visa issues all sorted out on one day. Register, cradle.com, call 0799 000 444. Get in and get your university education all sorted out. This hour, it still does continue on an education conversation. And as we're getting into that, we'll have two guests. One of them is already here. Former CAS, Zach Kinuthia is here with us this morning. Zach, good morning.
Good morning too.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
We'll also be joined by Emmanuel Manyasa, who also an education expert in his own right, and we'll be having that conversation when he does get here, but the conversation starts all the same. Zach.
Yes.
We have a proverb every morning. CT's going to welcome you properly with that proverb today. If you have everything ready, then we're going to ask you how you would interpret it and what that proverb means to you.
Sure.
Fair enough?
Sure.
All right.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the People's Republic of Algeria. They have a population of 44 million, in case you didn't know. They actually do. Interesting, isn't it?
Right.
Right.
Okay, just a minute, CT. Let me just make sure that we can hear you around the world, even as we sort
You
out your
haven't done that thing yet.
Okay, you're fine.
You've done it?
Done.
All right, fine. Now, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the People's Republic of Algeria. Okay? A population of 44 million. Of interest, it is a country in the Maghreb region of North Africa. They're going to ask me, what is Maghreb? All those things I will tell you in the course of the week, what it means, the relationship it has with the Sahara, etc., etc. And while we're at it, I will also tell you about the composition of the population. Yes, in addition to that, I will also tell you what it was that Algeria was known as long before the name Algeria came into being.
Okay.
All right. Now the proverb. The one whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire. The one whose belly isn't full of straw isn't afraid of fire.
Zach, over to you.
Thank you very much once again. I'll be following up to understand exactly what Maghreb would mean, but I would guess I know what Algeria was before civilization arrived. But let me go to the proverb.
Please guess. Tell me. What was it called before?
I think it was called Hippo.
Hippo.
Hippo, like hippopotamus?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was called Numidia.
Numidia?
Yes. And the Arabic name for it, there are two names. There's Tamazight and Zaire. Those are the names that it had. Now, Hippo may very well be a name. Whenever I say these things, I never claim to have the conclusive and absolute knowledge on these matters.
Countries have changed names since civilization.
And I am happy to always learn.
Yeah.
So now Hippo has added, just like Du added Cathay.
In the Christendom, you'll find that one of the church fathers, doctors of the church, was called Augustine of Hippo. Augustine came from Algeria, but then it was in Africa. Okay. It was still part of the Roman, Greco-Roman world. And it's, as you say, it's good to keep learning. But let's go to the proverb that one who is not afraid, or rather one who has no belly, straws in the belly is never afraid of the fire.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe literally that would mean bellies are supposed to feel fire. Literally, before you come to the symbolism of it, that because bellies are, straws are associated with fire, then if you have none, you have no fear of fire.
Yes.
Then that would mean if you are not guilty of things, you should not be afraid of being questioned. You should not be afraid of being held to account.
Yep.
If you have not been found in your hands into the cookie jar, there's nothing to be afraid about. So that's what I would go for. Mr. African Elder. If that would go.
Well, my friend, the key to this thing is your happiness and satisfaction.
Are you happy, Zach?
Begins and ends. Yes. Once you've given your interpretation, we are happy.
Thank you.
Because that's what we wanted. Not what you think I know.
No.
Or what you think I think. It's what you think.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So am I happy? That's a good question.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And just on the Hippo. Hippo is actually a city. The modern city of Annaba, in Algeria. So it's a city. We're asking about the whole country. Algeria. Okay. So Hippo is a Nairobi.
Annaba within Algeria.
Yes, within Algeria.
Okay,
yes.
Fair enough. Maybe that's what it was referred to.
Yeah.
Because also Ethiopia would have been referred as Kush in the countries before.
Yes.
Countries have just been named by the civilization of the British Empire. British Empire really interfered with the names because some of those names also had been given by Otto von Bismarck.
No. The Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire.
Algeria was part of it.
Yes.
What happened to Uganda? They should have gone to Uganda.
Uganda, by the way,
it's starting to sound like a history lesson.
It is sounding
but it's important.
It's important.
Yes.
Let's segue into obviously one of the lessons that you take when we're talking about an education. And here we are looking at an education in crisis. Whether we want to accept it or not, the things that are happening currently, it just points to that. Here we are today with primary school teachers going back to school and post-primary school teachers saying it can never be us. Not today, at least. Because certain things are not happening in the way in which they ought to. Capitation released, supposedly, by the ministry last week to the tune of 21 billion shillings. Maybe will be received by schools this week, even as schools open. But the overarching feeling is one of gloom and doom. What are your thoughts about that, even as we get into the nitty-gritty of the conversation?
Sure. The gloomy feeling around the return to school is bringing a lot of consternation in the parents' plans and thinking. Because when Kupet says strike on, and Nat says resumption of school proceeds from tomorrow.
It's the other way.
Nat says there's no strike.
No strike, yes.
Yes. Yeah. But Kupet says
strike is on.
Yeah. Strike is on. Yes. When we get there is a problem because you remember there are some teachers who say that they belong to Kupet even if they're in primary school.
Yes.
And there are teachers who are in NAT yet they are in secondary school. It is important for us to say this situation does not serve neither the nation nor the families, because parents have no plan whatsoever. What is important here is a voice of the government. Where is the government taking its own people in the wake of this industrial action? Because fair enough, they have their demands. They had their time to solve these things with the unions, but the union have been giving mixed signals about why we should not go to the streets or why we should go to the street. And I think the issue at hand here has been majorly the JSS absorption of teachers on PNP terms, permanent and pensionable terms. Secondly, there has been issues of completion of their CBA terms in terms of salary increment and such things. So my feeling today goes to the hearts of the parents, especially in the rural places and in the slums, because the urban poor suffers more than the rural poor, because one, classes are not sufficient in the cities. Teacher-student ratio is very poor in the urban centers. By the way, urban is worse, because even classes are not enough. The schools that we have, there's a constituency in this city that only has one school, public school.
Which one is this?
I think Dagoretti South.
One
public schools, yes. And I think Lenana School has ceded some grounds so that they can construct a new one. This is only one gory story. Nairobi City has the worst access to basic education for learners, because there are no spaces to build schools, there are not enough schools.
Just hold on a minute.
Yes.
Worst access.
Yes, it's a least.
Right.
Actually, say least access.
Okay, no, worst is a good word.
Sure.
Because it expresses the extremity. We're looking at the population of Nairobi. What are we now, 7 million?
Yeah, we are approaching 7 million.
Yeah.
Okay, now
6.9, yes.
Okay, now we are saying, you are saying actually,
yeah, sure,
that this population is not well served educationally.
Yes.
And that they don't have enough classrooms, they don't have enough schools, and they don't have enough teachers.
Yes.
Yeah, but then which category of citizen in Nairobi suffers this? Because as you're talking, I'm thinking of a different category who do not have these problems at all.
Yeah. Again, as I said, the people living in the informal settlements that we like calling slums, and then the people who we forget quickly, the urban poor. One, there are no spaces to expand schools. And this is why private and scrupulous people comes with all manner of institutions and call them schools. Okay? And this is where once in a while we will hear accidents happening, schools have gone down, we have but let me go, let's go to the public schools. There is a school in Kibra and another one in Mweki, Kasarani constituency, that has 5,000 pupils.
Each school has 5,000?
Yes.
Right.
This is a problem because even classes
5,000.
Yes, I think, and it's good that we have been joined by one of the longest practitioners in this sector. One teacher, in an ideal situation, should serve 40 students.
Okay, on that note, let's say a big Situation Room hello to Emmanuel Manyasa, the Executive Director of Usawa Agenda, I beg your pardon. Emmanuel, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How are you doing?
Sorry, I'm late. I am doing well.
You're doing well. Mm-hmm. We'll accept the apology, and we will also say that while you were away, you missed a riveting history conversation. Maybe the chances of revisiting that later. Yeah. But I mean, we're on a Monday morning, and things with education are up in the air yet again. The last time you were in the room, they were still up in the air, and we were throwing many balls up there, right? Yeah. Or at least trying to juggle them. And just coming off the back of what Zach has just said, from your point of view, with what we have, capitation, maybe. Teachers going to school, maybe. Everything is in a maybe situation. An overview of what's happening today.
Thank you. Allow me to correct the piece of information that Zach just shared about Nairobi having the worst access. It's true that we do not have the number of public schools we should have in Nairobi. And that there are people in Nairobi who even think a public school occupying land is wasting prime land. So I have wondered whether a shopping mall then is superior to a primary school or a public school. But we have ASAL counties in this country where the closest school is 50 kilometers away, and kids have to go to boarding school from grade 1 because there's no school to commute to. I think they have worse access than Nairobi, because Nairobi at least has that option of the low-cost private schools, which are not there in the ASALs because people can't afford them. The urban poor in Nairobi, with all the challenges, they still can afford a low-cost private school, and they're doing so and taking their children there. Yeah. We have everything up in the air, unfortunately, because for a very long time, people have occupied positions of leadership, have actually been very operational. They have looked at survival day 1 to day 2 to day 3, and when they leave a problem that is an emergency for the next person. They are always handling emergencies, and everyone is handing over an emergency to the next person. So that today we have a crisis of issues of capitation. Are these children born yesterday? These children were born many years ago. We knew they had been born. We knew the Constitution says basic education is a right. For all. So we knew we need to educate them. Why are we surprised that they need to be in school today?
Okay, so we're not it would appear as though we're dealing in an emergency situation all the time. Capitation is due, was due. Okay, let's send something and see if we can settle people. Okay, there was a CBA 2021, 2025. We've had 4 years of that CBA. Then suddenly we're running around and saying, okay, we need to settle out the teachers. Everybody needs their thing to be able to go back. Oh, before you know it, it's September. KCSE, we are emergency situation for a situation that has been this way for at least 15 years.
Where's the emergency really?
That's what I'm saying. It looks like it's an emergency, but what is Emmanuel saying? That
people are telling teachers, don't go on strike because now you see we have candidates. It's okay. I don't want the candidates' futures compromised, because KCSE in this country means life and death. It means everything. So we need to make sure the candidates are not, their preparation is not interfered with. But if you made a promise to someone and the person has been patient for years, not months, years, they've been patient, doesn't it occur to you that someday they will try to hold you to ransom? And the teachers are just trying to hold the government to ransom on that, on the CBA. So for me, it should be obvious that at some point, if you owe, someone will hold your court and tell you now today is the day.
Notwithstanding,
especially if
a moment will come, and you have been around Nairobi a long time. You may have seen someone driving a nice car and they are stopped in the middle of the road there with their family, and they tell you, auctioneers want this one. You haven't been servicing the loan. So you and your family, please.
And you've not been talking to us.
You've not been talking to us. You've not been servicing the loan. So you are light. Whether you have many bags in the boot, please So it happens.
By the way, to agree with my brother here, it's important to separate these two issues, the industry action issue and the capitation, because capitation coming from government does not depend on whether the teachers have their CBA honored or not. Okay? Because CBA is supposed to facilitate, capitation is supposed to facilitate children's learning in school. And this one began with Kibaki, free primary education. Then was advanced by President Uhuru's free day secondary education policy, FSDE. Then went again to TVET institutions, where education has highly been subsidized by capitation of 30,000 shillings, which this government, by the way, has downgraded, all the way up to the universities, where university has been an issue of capitation from day one, when university was only one in East Africa, then split into 3 in East Africa, then now came to every country handling their own higher education. It is important to say capitation should not be a question of discussion. Government should do this as an obligation. Absolutely. Government should not always run as if they didn't know that there's going to be capitation. Fair enough, CBA and honoring of it, industrial actions by teachers may be issues of now and then.
Exactly.
But
how do you spell obligation?
An obligation, spelling or meaning?
Spelling.
OBLI, that way? Okay, OOBLI.
I know you know the spelling of obligation. I am halting you right there because you have worked in government.
Yes.
And you understand the principle. This is not a concept. The principle of obligation.
Yes.
Now, when you have a principle and we know what rides on it,
yes,
and what we see consistently, it is how it is disregarded. Now that it's like nullifying that very principle.
Sure.
So the very thing that you say you are supposed to achieve will not be achieved. So if teachers were talking of a strike, even on this basis, they would have a point, because in the absence of that facilitation, the process of teaching becomes near impossible. Now I'm speaking as a teacher. Okay? It becomes very difficult. Doctors went on strike because they didn't have commodities. You've brought yourself to the health facility, but you cannot do what you're supposed to do.
There are no tools. Tools of
cannot do it, and that's the same thing.
Yeah. And now this is what we were saying. Capitation should actually be a more priority, because this one goes years after years, months after months, so that the teachers who are coming, supposing that their issues have been sorted, will find tools of trade so that they can impart the knowledge to the kids. But then you find, because capitation has been an issue of delay, has been an issue of reassignment of funds. It becomes it's a discretionary issue. Unfortunately, it should not be a discretion. But unfortunately, sometimes it appears it is. We should not even discuss about a teacher going or not going to school before capitation is dispensed. A teacher is very important. That cannot be gainsaid. But first, can we make the environment for the teacher who is going to teach, supposing that their issues have been sorted, can we make that environment amiable? Yes, this is a problem, and I think we can. I hope we can
make it amiable.
Yeah, we should actually. We should make it.
No, not should.
Yeah,
you said we can.
We can make it. We have made it before.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what stops us now?
Now this is why we are here,
Emmanuel,
to discuss why. Yeah.
Do you think that it is intentional to sabotage, essentially, a process that should actually be the vanguard of the very foundations of this country? Because that's what education is. However you choose to look at it, it's a pillar, it's a foundational one. You mess around with it, you mess around with people for life.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to believe that someone in their right mind can embark on a mission such as that. I just think that we have failed to put the priorities right, so that we have thrown so many balls in the air, and now we don't know which one of them is made of rubber and we can risk it falling because it will rebound, and which one is made of glass and if it falls it will not just be able to rebound. And education is one of those that are glass balls, because if we introduce failures in education, they quickly reproduce in society.
Yep.
Yeah. So it will be very critical that when we are prioritizing what can wait and what cannot wait, that education is on the list of those things that cannot wait.
It cannot wait. Let's take a break on that point. Emmanuel Manyasa and Zach Kinothia are our guests this hour, and we're looking at, okay, with what is happening with education in the country. We're not talking about currently, we're talking about today, whereby schools open today. Some teachers, at least at the secondary level, will not be in school because of certain things that were being asked for. Capitation already is late for the year. What is being sent out is actually not for third term. You know,
late and insufficient.
It's actually not for third term. So we are not even behind. We are just not there. And so the question is, what ought to be done? It's 28 minutes to 10 o'clock. Conversation continues after we take this short break.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start.
You know that feeling where there's a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to. But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again, and it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
Fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the Cradle World Fair at the Galana Mall Parklands on August 31st. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 13. We'll see highs of 21 and highs of 23 in a cloudy Nakuru. Highs of 21 and lows of 14. Looking into Eldoret and then into Nakuru, we'll see highs of 21. Looking and seeing highs of 30 in Mombasa and highs of 29 in Malindi, and into Kisumu, highs of 28 with highs of 26 in Kakamega. Out into Kampala, we'll see highs of 27 and we'll see highs of 29 in Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg will go to highs of 20. While at Mogadishu will see highs of 30 and Dar es Salaam with highs of 28. Lagos will see highs of 29 after the showers, and we'll see highs of 29 in Kinshasa as well. All right, so it continues with traffic. We're coming out of traffic hour now, but still some heavy traffic on the Thika Superhighway as you come through towards Murang'a Road. And then on that Globe Cinema roundabout, there is some traffic there. Uhuru Highway now is taking from everybody, coming off of Mombasa Road and then touching on the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Then it gets busy as you go along. And it's going to be busy for some time still, coming off of Jogoo Road. That looks like quite something. And then coming off of Heshima and then touching on Jogoo Road as well. The CBD is taking in the most of it. It's still about now, even as we come out of traffic hour. Do talk to us for the rest of the morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
9:36, and the education conversation continues this morning with Emmanuel Manyasa and Zach Kinothia, and saying, okay, so this is where we are today, and we often want to say what needs to be done, but it seems like the rot is so deep. And I'm just thinking about a dentist, for example, when they're looking at the tooth and they're saying, okay, we can dig out some of this and then we can fill it, with something else. But at some point, the doctor says, we're going to chuck the whole thing. It's absolutely necessary. Are we at that point, Emmanuel?
We don't have an option but to correct things in education. I know that there is funding that is maybe inadequate, but we have also to admit that on paper, what is budgeted for education is the biggest we can get. it's not possible to expand allocation in the national budget to education beyond what it is. What we need to figure out is how to make sure that every shilling that we put in that sector actually works towards the objectives that we have set out to achieve in that sector. And that if we have done that and demonstrated transparency, we can be able to invite other actors to put in more resources to fill the gaps. When Mwai Kibaki became president in 2002, he said we will have free primary education. Remember, he was inheriting an economy that was shrinking.
Yes.
It had grown with negative 2% the previous year. And he said we offer free primary education. And because he demonstrated the will and the commitment, we had other partners coming and putting in money to actualize free primary education. So that is what I think is lacking at the moment. What we are lacking is to demonstrate efficient use of what there is, open up the gaps and invite others to take part. If we go around lying that everything is fine, I think that is a big mistake, because first of all, we are telling those who could have come to our aid that we don't need help, we are okay. And the truth is, we know we are not okay because things are going wrong. We have reduced capitation for day secondary education from 22,000, which was set in 2008 when Mwai Kibaki introduced it, to 17,000 today, when the cost of living has almost doubled between 2008 and now. What are we expecting the school managers to do in running schools if the cost of living is doubling and you are reducing the amount being allocated to run schools? It can't work.
Okay, so gentlemen, this standoff is likely to continue. But I have a question to Zach. Having been in government, explain to us the thought process of the whole management of education, especially from the cabinet secretary to the principal secretary, and then cascaded downwards, because there has to be a thinking that does not aid the teachers in making the right decision. There has to be a reason why the government is usually adamant, because strikes usually come towards the third term or towards elections. Unfortunately, when I was in school, 98, I'm going to sit for my national examination, there's a strike. Then I go for my Form 4, 2001, there's a strike. Then I go to Moi University first year, there's a strike. So there must be, my education was marked with strike throughout. So there has to be a thinking behind this. Why is it so difficult to come to the table and talk? It has to be always threats and intimidation, and it has to be a standoff that often leads to the students and parents suffering. So what is their thought process? Why is it so difficult for government?
Thank you, brother. Those are two questions that I will answer. One is a structure of how things are done, and then the thought about it. First of all, I also grew up in that period where we would wait for solidarity songs in the streets, and we would be happy. I don't know why we would be happy when teachers were striking then. Now we are not happy as parents, but we were happy as students then, hearing that Moi saying that Gesho Aguna Juli. We would run in the streets helter-skelter happy that Moi had added as a day. But fair enough. Let's say this. By the way, under the new constitution, the management of teachers is not under the principal secretary or the cabinet minister.
There's a commission.
Teachers are managed by an independent constitutional commission called Teacher Service Commission, which manages the teachers, pays the teachers, negotiates on behalf of their packs and salaries. And this is now the commission that is at the storm of this standoff, because Nat Kupet has been pushing the TSC to honor some of the CBA agreements that they have had over the time. I think the issue of industrial actions are as old as civilization, and it is a tension that always shall come, because even if today teachers are given their dues and they are honored as the presently standing, there still be some demands tomorrow. So there must be a balance over time of understanding the needs to deliver and the needs also to allow the teacher to live the life they think is befitting of them. Now, the structure is as follows. Education is managed as policy and infrastructure by the government of Kenya. And the spokesperson for that becomes the cabinet secretary, who is the sole voice in the cabinet about education matters. The cabinet secretary has the authorizing power under the Basic Education Act, and the principal secretary, who was called permanent secretary before, is in charge of accounting. The PS must account for every action about education policy and memoranda that has been passed through the cabinet, which we call today Elimu ya Kenya. It is the principal secretary who account for the money, for the action, and for the policy implementation. That is the PS. The PS now is assisted by a litany of directors who are managed by a director general in both sectors. One, primary education, and post-primary, which is secondary education. Now that one goes all the way down to regional director, county director of education. You remember in our time we used to call them DEO. You remember those? DEO would be district education officer. These days they are not called DEO. They are called county director of education, sub-county director of education, coming all the way to where the principal or the headmaster is. So that's the structure, brother, that we have established to manage and to be accountable for the parent sake, which, I mean, we have vested those powers in government, and the government is the one managing education that way. But that one being said, teachers will always blame the government for their packs and their dues. Why? Because it is the government that allocate money to TSC, which now gives the teachers their salaries, their agreements have made through packs. And over time, you will see the buck stops where the TSC says, we ask the parliament to allocate money for this matter, but the parliament did not allocate. So this is where our power ends.
Zach, this morning, when Cooped teachers go on strike, who do you think the parents are looking at?
They are looking at the president.
The commission, the ministry,
no,
the president. Who are they looking at?
The parent is looking at the president, because these are details. What we are saying here in the Situation Room, these are details. But the person that they elected to ensure the child goes to school, the person that the parent elected in the villages to ensure that education is working, the parent expects the president, whom they delegated their power to through election, to take care of this matter. So the question you're asking me here is actually the question the president should be asking the education managers. The president should say, where that noise is coming from, I don't want to hear. So who is involved? The TSC is involved, is here. The minister is involved, is here. The PS is involved, is here. And most importantly, the parliamentary arm of Committee on Education, which is led currently by, I think, Julius Melly, and now the Budget Committee, should be there. These are the people upon whom the buck stops. So if I was to say a word and say nothing more, I would say the president should summon the cabinet secretary, the principal secretary.
He's been there for 3 minutes.
The commission, the commission secretary, by the way, and then the budget committee and the chair for education, and tell them we need a solution to this matter, no matter the arguments and the reality of our economy and budgeting. That way, we will sort this matter. But the way we keep saying...
Where I start with Emmanuel.
Yes.
The realities tell us right now that we don't have money. Mbadi has started speaking from both sides of the mouth. The other day, we don't have JSS money. Now we have JSS money. This finance bill was bad. Now we have to collect money. Now there are aspects of this finance bill that we have to run. In essence, it looks as if there is no solution for these teachers, and we're in third term. From where you sit, how do you see this progressing?
I think there's going to be the usual things, struggle with threats. When threats can't work, negotiation, maybe another deal that will or will not be honored. But what we need to accept is that there is money. We are not getting our priorities right.
There is money.
Yeah, we have put aside budgets to want to set up universities in Nyandarua, in Kisii, in I don't know where.
Nyamira, actually.
In Nyamira.
Koitalel.
What are these things we are setting up for? They are not even worth their name. But we are spending public funds on them. That is part of the money in the ministry that is, to me, being wasted. This country has more universities than it needs. We should be shutting some down, consolidating, so that we make better use of the resources we have. And the resources are not just money. You're setting up campuses where they start a school of economics, and there is no single economist in the university. So they're relying on people moonlighting around coming from somewhere, and then for years the students will be told, oh, you are taught by a part-timer and the fellow went with the scripts. So you have missing marks, you can't graduate. Why are we spending public funds on these things when we know what requires money right now? So it's not that we don't have money, we are splashing money, maybe for political mileage, at the expense of policy sense.
Yet, what you've just said, Emmanuel, there's a working party that came up with exactly what you've said. They understood these universities are too many. And the very, very variables within them are the ones which necessitate that you merge them. That report is with the president. So you marvel if you've been told by experts that you must reduce, and then suddenly you're being told increase. So you're thinking, okay, this is what you call vacuum behavior.
Because somebody, in their own senses, believe that a university is a development project.
And a political mileage too.
So I was sometimes back asked to sit in a committee a few years ago to try and establish a university in my home place. And I laughed, and I told the fellow who told me, if I had nothing else to do, I'll spend that time sleeping. Because there are so many universities there
already
that are established. And I asked them, so how many children who qualify from this village qualify to go to university that you want to put up a university for? And even if there are so many, is it in their interest that having grown up in this village, they also study here in the village? If it is not in their interest, whose child do you think will start checking out the map of Kenya to find out where this village is so they can come and learn here? We are splashing public resources on just silly things.
I think that's a very fair point. And before we enter into it, because I think that should be what we exit through, let's finish this basic education by saying the following. This is a very important matter which I also want to ventilate on. Let's say this as a matter of solution and giving our country some form of direction and hope. That the president and his education team, and I am surprised that the president has many advisors, but not one on education matters. Okay, which is also part of the reason I would want to tell him he should pick an advisor on education matters, even if you drop the litany he has on economy. This is it. Article 53 should guide the president of our constitution about the role and the place of education in Kenya. Article 53 is very fundamentally clear that education shall be made accessible and, where possible, free for basic education. Now, Basic Education Act of 2012 goes ahead to define basic education as from pre-primary up to Form 4, which I think will be calling grade 13 or thereabout, or 12 or something. 12, so this, grade 12. So this one is not a question of granting some form of relief. This is not a favor. Every child born legitimate or illegitimate in Kenya or legitimated through the law must access education without looking like we are doing it a favor. Making education accessible is a wide spectrum of infrastructure, training of teachers, availing of resources, and most importantly, it's important to ensure that it is accessible, as he has said, in urban areas. It is free, if not near free, so that every child born of Kenya goes to school. The second issue that should guide the president is that the Declaration of Human Rights, Article 26, makes education a progressive right, but says education is a human right. This is where the world has gone, that all the countries that form part of United Nations, 190 something that they are, must make education a human right. And this was put so that female gender is not discriminated. Remember, there are societies in Africa and Latin America where girl child was not supposed to benefit from education. There are places in rural Europe where women are not considered as part of who should go to education sector.
Yeah.
So I think this one was put so that we can safeguard any attempt by rogue governments or by chauvinists to ensure that education is made free for all, and it is a human right. A human right should not be derogated, and the state is not the giver of human rights. Neither do we derive those rights from them. It is important that the president understand this. It is important that the education players understand that we must make Kenya a haven for access to education for all, whether one comes from rural area, urban area, whether one comes from very far-fetched, far-flung areas of our country. Education must be made free. And to go there, this bursary fiasco that we have been hearing, governor is giving bursary, MP is giving bursary, woman rep is giving bursary. As he has said, this wastage of public resources sometimes creates an opportunity for people to pilfer public resources. So we must consolidate all the money that we call money meant to give education to our children and say, what is the cost of a child in primary school? What is the cost of a child in secondary school? What is the cost of a child in TVET institution and university? If this money can be brought together with the donation money that we get from outside the country, we can pool resources and give education for all. So today, we would want to advise the president through the Situation Room to call his minister, to call his PS, to call his commission secretary, the budget chair, and the chair of education committee. Let us get a solution and end this tension that our parents do not know today. Otherwise, tension will increase hatred for the government.
Emmanuel, do you think that it's for lack of understanding that we see the mess that we see currently? That those who are experts in their own field, whether you're looking at curriculum development, whether you're looking at the basic education structure, that it's for lack of understanding, and that's why we don't see the implementation of things that would have essentially sorted out this issue?
No, their camp will tell you that a coat takes the shape of the wearer. Yeah. If you give someone who is very slim, the coat will just look slim. You give, so
it must be nylon, isn't it?
So the core issue is what is the demeanor of the leadership vis-a-vis education. That is what to me is important. I've had people say, let's have someone, an educationist, head the Ministry of Education. I don't believe it. The most successful cabinet secretary for education that we've had in a long time was Mutula Kilonzo.
Why do you say that?
All the other fellows who came after him don't compare.
Not even Matiang'i?
No. Matiang'i he made noise. He set the stage for the mess that we are in, to be honest. Because rushed the implementation of CBC, when Amina said we are not ready, we need a year to prepare the
he said go now.
Chest from the ministry, and we are in a mess because we started to implement without a plan. Prior to implementation, I asked people who are being involved, do you have a costed implementation plan for this system?
And did they?
And there wasn't. And someone in confidence told me, we have 3 versions and government has not signed on any. So there was no costed implementation plan and people are running to implement. If you are implementing a program for which you have no costed implementation plan, what are you doing? You set yourself up for resounding failure, and that's where we are now.
Failure.
So we don't necessarily need an educationist to lead the Ministry of Education. We just need a sober person who is going to sit down and look at the laws and implement. We have a Basic Education Act, and it is 2013, not 2012, that provided for establishment of a National Education Board as the body that will advise the CS on all matters of education in the country. Do we have it? We don't. We have violated even the law that we passed in Parliament. We haven't. So are we implementing CBC as designed in the CBC framework? No. We are implementing something else. So what are we going to evaluate in the end when we determine whether CBC has succeeded or failed? Are we going to evaluate what was designed or what we have implemented, which is not what was designed? So we just need common sense to say, this is what we have sat down, consulted, and come up with as a plan, and then follow through the plan. And that is not what we are doing at the moment. So for me, we're in a self-made crisis, but we can actually get ourselves out of it. The issues are not so complex as to keep us here. The issues are, have we prepared for CBC implementation properly? We didn't prepare, we jumped into it. I have said before, if someone pushes you into a swimming pool in your full suit, so you will just have to swim first of all, and then look at worry about the suit after you have swum out of the water. But so we are there. Can we swim? Yes, we can. What do we need to do to get out of this mess? Is simply reflect and see that we erred and start retracing our steps through actions that we can do. We have transition of grade 9 right now that is supposed to happen, that people are making all manner of noises about. Teachers' unions have taken very parochial and entrenched positions. Yeah. And I'm saying this with due respect because many of the union officials are my friends. They've taken positions that have nothing to do with what will happen to the child, but what will happen to our bank accounts should this position be taken. Yeah. That is a problem. So we need to step back from there and say, what will be in the interest of the child? What will be in the interest of the child is to restore the CBC framework, which envisioned a primary school, a junior school, and a senior school. Now that we got ourselves into this mess, how do we start to get to that path? The way to get to that path is to say we have children in grade 8 who need to go to grade 9. We don't have spaces in primary school. Forget this story that we will build 16,000 classrooms. 16,000 classrooms will not be enough to give each school that is currently providing junior school a classroom. And yet others like Mwiki Primary require more than 20 classes for them to do the transition. But even if you give them money, they have no space to build 20 classrooms. There's no space in Mwiki to build 20 classrooms. So we cannot sit here and pretend that we build classrooms. That is out. We need to transition these children to the empty classrooms in our secondary schools next year. Alliance has 9 streams of Form 1. They'll have 9 empty classrooms in January.
Exactly.
Why don't we transition all the children in grade 8 to the nearest secondary school? Government should be formulating guidelines right now on how we will transition these children to the nearest secondary school next year. And then start working backwards to the level where we will have schools recategorized the way we had them before. Before 844, we had secondary school that provided O-level only, depending on their capacity. We had, so those can become junior schools only. Yeah. Then we had those schools that also did A-level, depending on capacity. We need to be working on that recategorization.
There's so much that needs to happen. There's so much that needs to be discussed and put it out there for those conversations to be alive. Time doesn't allow us to continue that this morning, but definitely a conversation that needs to happen futurely. I want to thank both of you gentlemen for being here this morning. Zach Kanothia, former CAS Education, and Emmanuel Manyasa, who is the Executive Director of Usawa Agenda. Thank you for being here this morning, and thank you for starting off the week in Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll meet again tomorrow at 6 a.m. God willing. Ken, not so bad, no?
Nope.
We'll do it again tomorrow.
When you're having fun.
Indeed. Good morning. It's 10 a.m. Okay.
Spice up your life.
It's now 10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is Newswam Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto is currently presiding over the 88th National Youth Service Graduation Ceremony.